Hi everybody, good evening. Mhm. Hi everybody, good evening. Welcome to your Saturday night habit. Welcome to Reforging Novels with Mike. I am Indigo Pie. I am your usual host for the Saturday night habits. It's really good to see you guys. I hope y'all are being safe in this time of COVID-19. As usual, we are coming together to bring you guys poetry from all over the world. I'm so excited because tonight our theme is I'm Peter Pan. And tonight we're just celebrating the little kid in all of us. Because, being in lockdown for so long, for most of us, being um, aside from our usual, our normal, or what we were used to, has allowed a lot of us to do introspection and rediscover things about ourselves and go back to the little kid in all of us. We have a lot of artists for you tonight, as per usual. And I'm actually really excited about the first one because it's his first time to perform spoken word poetry outside of a classroom or academic setting. And get your passports. We're going to Guam. Our first artist is actually Filipino Reverend based in Guam. He's a young student who currently lives in Guam, and originally he is from Bacolod, Visayas, in the Philippines. He is known as a devout pianist and poet to many of his friends and family, and finds much of his strength and self-expression in writing. All the way from there, Elijah Santos. Hello, Elijah.
Hi everyone. Hello. Thanks for having me
Thank,
tonight. It's such an honor to be here and
thank you for joining
just
us.
an honor in
Alright,
general. You're welcome. Uh,
the stage is yours.
so hi everyone. Once again, thank you for having me tonight. So today I will be starting off this session of spoken poetry with the poem that I wrote for this week's theme. So the theme for this week is I am Peter Pan, where we celebrate the kid in us. And this poem that I'm going to be reciting for you guys is just about me exploring my childhood and I guess the progression into adulthood, and this is called I Am My Mother's Child. I am my mother's child. My mother's child once craved adventure. He walked the mountain of his kitchen searching for Neverland. He was never scared of falling, and if he had slipped, he'd be flying. He engraved his footsteps on the countertop and his handprints on every side of the fridge. He imagined everywhere he stepped was one long ocean ridge. With every discovery came shouts of bravado, and whenever a new adventure came his way, he'd never say no. I am my mother's child. My mother's child once craved mischief. Once he found an afternoon boring and chose to spray the boredom away with a random bottle of Raid, as if boredom was the cockroach he had sprayed. And I swear, he should have sprayed himself, rather, for being such an insect. Much to his surprise, his beloved mother never saw him as a pest. She learned to love her mischievous child along with the adventurers. She loved him so much, and he loved her too. Now he is his old mischievous self, nothing brand new. I am my mother's child. My mother's child once craved attention and fun. He always knew how to put on a show and snatch a laugh or a woe. All he needed was a stage, so he made one for himself. He wore his socks and took baby powder and poured all over the floor. He slid around and somehow the floor became suddenly as slippery as soap. He spun and made pirouettes in front of his parents. He slid till he broke in a shower of sweat, yet still scented like a perfumed sunset. He sang and he danced, he strung and he pranced, to the beat of his heart and the beauty of his mind. I am my mother's child, and I will be hers forever. I am young, I am wild, spread all over yet put together. But I fear that the world will pull me apart. I fear I'll no longer be young nor wild. I fear my head will be emptied of its art. I fear I'll no longer be my mother's child. I want to keep craving adventure, mischief, attention, and fun because I was once the child who always got what I wanted. But once I am a 20 something, and once I'm more prone to fall, I fear I'll keep craving these things, but getting none of it all. Because once you're an adult, things will rarely go your way. You'll blame it on the world and state the world is at fault. Your family won't be as happy as they were when you were young and wild. You'll learn of heartache, hate, and hurt, of things that will kill any child. The pains of school will evolve into the pains of work. The world will continue to revolve and you'll be forced to work. If time won't take your youth away, then maybe these things will. You'll find yourself moving day and night, further and farther from a childhood that couldn't stay. If Peter Pan were real, he'd still be Peter Pan, but now he'd be a grown man, as there was never a Neverland. And somehow, everyone has to trade their innocence for insight. And somehow, the children of yesterday will be the men of tomorrow, if not today. This concludes my first poem. Thank you, everyone. Uh, okay, so this next poem that I am going to present is a poem that I wrote for my English honors class. Once we had an assignment where we had to write a poem about our culture or heritage. And for this poem, I chose to focus on my roots. I come from a place in Philippines called Negros Occidental, specifically Bacolod City. And this poem is called I Am a Child of Negros. I am a child of Negros, where we spit sugar out our mouths and leave it to seep in our fertile grounds, only to pull it back out from the canes with the same fists we borrowed from our ancestors who revolted for us. I am a child of Negros. I have the blood of my ancestors rushing in my veins, and the color of the ground tattooed all over my skin. Do you not know how often the vast darkness of the universe and stars and strands of swordgrass confuse me for home? I am a child of Negros. I am dyed by the ink of pride, though I am accented by shades of shame. Your mouths like blades named our land this way, yet we were never the color of night, never at all. Though we spill seas of stars from our eyes, and although we are named by your slander, although we may be a bit ashamed, we instead chose to embrace it and define it with white teeth and festivals of a many colorful faces, with 1,000 tastes you never thought we could serve. I am a child of Negros, a son of a million corpses. But death does not desecrate our land. Instead, we foster life with our mother tongue and exclaim in unison, Ginahigugma namon kamo, amon mga katigulanganan. I am a child of Negros, but a child no more I am, because I've grown to be a man who has the capacity to love his land, his people, his name, and himself all at once. And that concludes my second poem. This next poem is a special poem I wrote for a dear friend of mine. Once I attended Ruby Carr's online Instagram workshop where she just does writing assignments with her viewers. And the first assignment that she assigned us was to write a letter to a special somebody. And as we write it, we are challenged to not edit the poem and keep it as raw as possible. And this is what came out. It's a prose poem in the form of a letter. And I call this poem Dear Caden. I have been dying to tell you how much different the next school year will be now that you're gone. The ultimate truth is that if I ever lose all memory of sophomore year, all I gotta do is look at you for everything to come back to me. You are a giver and holder of many of my memories. It's as if I was a kid with a teddy bear, except that you were my teddy bear. I went places with you and took you to every corner of the neighborhood that was our school, buying and sharing activity day food because I have never craved a brother to dine with this much. I took you to play dates at the school tennis court, the band room, the lobby of the hotel we went to. And for this whole time that once felt like forever, I was just a happy kid who was happy to have his teddy bear, who was happy to have you. But now, I am terribly at woe since you've been taken away from me. Ever since this last year's epidemic struck our island, I never got to greet you goodbye properly. The last day of school felt like an ordinary, thank God type of Friday, but I can only reminisce about it with deep regret. We didn't even see each other on that day, not knowing that this would be our last. I knew you would be leaving in the end, I just didn't know it would be this soon. You'll be working and getting into college shortly after things clear up during this age of new normal. And I will find myself in my last 2 years of high school. I try to write these feelings away, but this attempt at catharsis is only making me feel more and more. I fear that my pen would soon only resort to bleeding inked envy for those who get to see you every day, yet take that for granted. Inked envy for the time people got to have with their special somebodies that I didn't even get to have with you. If only you knew how much I treasured you. So much that I envied others because of you. I envy because I longed to see you, but never did after that unfortunate day. Random thing, but my foot is aching right now, and I'm so compelled to assign it a fake deep analogy, just so that this letter that I'm writing has more meaning. But I've chosen to kick that idea out my mind. However, I am convinced that if you were here, my foot would stop aching. It doesn't have any wounds, but I swear, if you would be here to dab antiseptics, drugs, or just your touch on my poor foot, it wouldn't be bothering me anymore. But while you're not here, I can only soothe myself with a recollection of memories into the past. My mind automatically made a film of the memories we share alone, and I can watch it all day and night. I just wish that it was coherent enough to write about, because it seems as if all of my mind's vividness has been beaten, battered, and bruised. Man, I don't know. I just want to keep on writing about you and relive every day I had with you. I have never thought of someone this much or cared about someone this much, perhaps. It truly is nice to have a friend like you. I opened my mind. Now here is all the ramble it had to offer. I look forward to having lunch with my teddy bear again. Or another play date, perhaps. I love you, bro. No homo. And that concludes all of the poems that I have to present. Everyone, thank you for listening.
Elijah, hello.
Hello. Hi,
Hi,
Indigo.
that was so great. Give me a second. You did a poem with Ilonggo in it. I'm so happy.
Thank you. Sorry, I messed up on the last word. I was trying to say katigulangan, but I said katigulanganan. Like that doesn't make
No,
sense.
no, that was great. That was great.
Thank you so much.
No,
Yes.
thank you. Um, how? When did you start writing?
I started writing. I could probably honestly, I think it started fourth grade. I don't know, man. I just like really liked literature. I was placed in a reading class that somehow made me love English more and writing more in general. And I just started to write since then. And yeah,
And was it something you gravitated to or fell in love with naturally? Or
yes, it is definitely something that I gravitated towards. Over the years, I think I've started to have a relationship with writing in general. I started exploring different themes, and in middle school, I wrote a lot of poems. I could say more than 200. You know, not to brag or anything, but I don't know. I was just feeling a lot of things, and how could I not write about them? And it's good to look back at sometimes, because if I just want a little bit of nostalgia, I could just read those poems again and remember how I felt during those times.
Yeah, that I actually no, that's not bragging, and I agree with that. There's a feeling of um there's a feeling of I need to let it out.
Hmm.
You know, it's
Yes, yes,
when you're overwhelmed or um
right,
when you're even when you're really happy, when there are
mm,
emotions involved,
right,
then
right.
you have an outlet for it. You just have to
Hmm.
express yourself. You know.
Yes, exactly. That's what I love about writing, man. Just being able to just like it's just so boring when you say I feel sad, I feel happy, I feel mad. No, there's like so many other ways to communicate that feeling, and writing is just one of those ways, and I've grown to love it so much.
Yeah,
I write whenever I feel things.
yeah, yeah. I think that's where a lot of people start. But you mentioned earlier that you attended a class in your PCOR.
Hmm.
What was that like?
Yes. Um, Wait, sorry, are you referring to the reading class I
Yeah.
attended elementary, or oh, that one? Okay, so that class was totally different from all the other classes I had, mostly because it was an advanced reading class. And I was actually surprised to get placed in that because, like, when I was fourth grade, I was just completely new here. And apparently, I was scoring really high in reading when I got tested for SATs or whatever. And so I got moved to a class where we were learning stuff that sixth graders or seventh graders or even eighth graders were learning. And that really, challenged me as a student. And that's also how I started having the desire to write even more. Because, we were doing like reading comprehension stuff and all that, but I found myself preferring to write rather than just read. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how it went.
yeah, that makes sense.
Mm.
That makes absolute sense. I think that a lot of what writing is also is it's just freeing, whatever thoughts you
Mm.
have and whatever.
Right.
Not how it is for you.
It
Getting to
is.
explore
Yeah.
certain ideas and stretch them out.
Hmm. Sometimes I also write, not just necessarily like because I think or I feel things, but I write to explore new themes. Like that first poem that I presented, that was actually really new to me. When I saw the prompt for this week, I was actually really excited to write about it. Write a poem that dedicated for that theme because I've never written a poem like that before. I write to explore different themes, such as like, I wrote some poems about astrology because it was so like popular in like middle school for some reason, and I think it's still
It is
popular
again
now.
now.
Yeah. And I wrote other stuff about unrequited love, about death, even just other themes besides how I feel. And there's just so much out there to write about, and I can't wait to write more. There's so
Yeah.
much things that I'm missing. Like I haven't even written a poem about Corona, surprisingly,
Oh,
even though yeah, I'll probably write one soon, but yeah.
yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned this poems about astrology. I mean, I
Hmm.
have to ask then, what's your sign? Do you know?
My sign is Pisces. I was born
Ah,
February 28th. Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm not really in favor of that type of stuff, but it's just interesting to read because sometimes
yeah,
they do be kind of accurate for some reason.
yeah. It's a nice way to pass the time. If you're into it, great. But if
Yeah.
you're not into it, then it's something to
Mm.
pass the time with. Yeah,
Mm.
I'm a Leo, which might be a little evident, just a little bit.
Mm.
But out of all the poems you've ever written so far, and clearly you've written a lot, um, what's your favorite poem you've ever written?
Ooh, that's a hard question because I have several actually.
Okay,
I
what are
once
your
wrote. Uh,
hmm,
or sorry, you could ask that question
so what are
to
your
help.
top
Yeah.
top three favorite poems you've ever written?
Top three poems. Okay,
Yeah,
so
those might help
I'm not
you.
gonna order them. I'll just
Yeah.
like at the moment I feel like one of the poems that or the first poem that I actually wrote this year called Reinvention is one of my favorites. It's actually the first poem that I posted on my Instagram account at EJ Wright, and it's also the first poem that I wrote having inspired by my friend. So my friend inspired me to write that poem and start that account, because just stuff to do, and I don't know. I certainly don't regret writing that poem and starting the account. The second poem that is probably on my top three, I guess, is actually the first poem that I presented. Uh, I am my mother's child. I think that one is pretty unique out of all of my poems so far. And it's just like exploring my childhood, and I've never done that through my poetry. So this was a leap of creativity right here. Third poem is a poem I wrote back in middle school. I forgot the name, but it's very dear to me. I felt a lot of inner conflicts, I guess, at the time I wrote it, and it was just about unrecruited love because I was crushing heavy on someone, and that certain someone is actually the reason why I wrote a lot of poems, because I was just feeling many
Oh,
things at once. But it's okay. I'm better now. Yeah, I've gotten over them for the past few months, and I am finally clean, and I feel better than ever. But yeah,
oh.
those are my top three poems. I really like those poems, and yeah, maybe one day I can share the ones that I didn't present
Oh,
today. Yeah.
absolutely. We would love to have
Mm.
you think that one. Actually,
Thank you.
now I'm curious about this poem you wrote for this person that you liked
Hmm.
before. Um, do you mind sharing that with us?
Hmm. Okay. I think I need to look in my archives or something because it's
Ah,
pretty
but it's
old.
just so fascinating to me when I ask whenever I ask people about poems they've written. A lot of it, of course, a lot of it is what's current or
Hmm.
I wrote this recently. I wrote this month or so ago.
Hmm.
There's always that one
Right.
poem from like way back that you're like,
Oh, yes.
this
Right.
poem is my baby, and I love it very much.
Mm.
And I mean, I shouldn't feel bad. I mean, love, or at least unrequited love, or like feelings, it's always a valid, thing to write about.
Hmm. It's
Mm.
such a popular theme, and I see it everywhere. It's so rampant in Instagram, and not just Instagram, but I see my friends write about it too. I'm friends with a lot of people who loves to write, and just poets in general, and they've grown fond of the theme, and they've written a couple of poems that I love from them. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, love is universal,
Hmm.
and
I
I
agree
think
with you on that.
yeah, and I think going back even to Peter Pan, being a little
Hmm.
kid and not
Peter
wanting to
Pan.
grow up. It's because there's that
Hmm.
love of when you're a child,
Right.
everything's easy.
Hmm.
Everything's love generally is you're born into love usually, mostly,
Mm.
and there's just that prevailing feeling of warmth. And then we carry that around, and then we grow up, and then we get our hearts
Mm.
broken, but then we pick ourselves
Yeah.
back up again. It's an entire journey, but ever since
Right. It's,
from being
yeah.
a kid.
Hmm. Man, when you said that you were brought into love, that
Mm,
I felt that. I was born in a really happy family, and um actually it kind of goes a long way because when you said that you were brought into love, it's true because now that I look back, my parents did a lot of things for me. My mother had to walk miles just to get to her work while she was pregnant with me, and my father had to work abroad and just to contribute to our family and find better opportunities. And one time he actually, like, he went from Iraq to Guam. And, you know, my family, me and my mom decided that, oh, maybe we could be complete as a family, and you could feel the love that you felt when you were a child, when your dad was still with us. But I mean, I agreed to it. I agreed with moving in with my dad because I just missed him really much, and it's just been a while. And it's kind of sad to say this, but a lot of times in my childhood he wasn't there because he had to work abroad. And just being with him again kind of definitely, yeah, restored the lot, like the moments that we could have had. And when you said that you were brought into love, I really felt that, that's true. A lot of people are brought into love. You can't deny that. And yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's almost overwhelming, and I think that's actually very
Mhm.
true for, again, love being universal. Like your mom. You were talking about how your mom worked
Right.
hard, and your dad worked hard, and I feel that from you, from the way you talk so passionately
Mhm.
about your parents, what they have done, and the way you read
Mhm.
your words in those poems about being your mother's child. And the
Thank you.
inaudible part, I keep
Yes.
going back to that. Like, yes,
Yes, I really felt like putting that line in, just that little line of, uniqueness. I just wanted to say something from my dialect. I love my
mm,
land. I love my ancestors.
absolutely.
They are the reason why I am who I am right now. A
I
young
love that you
Ilonggo
even
boy.
sorry, sorry. I love that you even managed to like you write straight off the bat. Sugar, yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah, I
Sugar,
really like writing that line too. That line about sugar, about us spitting sugar. It's not actually literal. It's a metaphor for how
yeah,
Ilonggo people, they are known to be soft spoken,
sugar
to
cane.
be very sweet and hospitable. That's what it's
Yeah,
about. And I felt like putting that line in, you know, just that
and
little
yeah,
creative
and
guy in
absolutely,
me.
and it's actually really really nice the way you wove everything in. You
Thank you.
you met quote unquote Rupi Kaur on Instagram?
Not necessarily met, but I was
Quote unquote.
watching her
You wanna
videos, like it
yeah.
was on live. Yeah.
Okay.
And we
How did
were,
that how did that influence your writing at all or like help you with your writing process?
oh, you know what? It influenced my writing a lot. So Ruby Car sometimes gets a lot of hate for being an Instagram poet because sometimes her poems are often appearing as lacking, as if it's just like a couple of lines. And sometimes it's just like there's like poems that she writes where she is like, it's just a like, it could be a bigger poem, I guess. But the truth is that she's actually a really good writer. And I can tell because when I was watching her live, her methods or the assignments that she was presenting were actually working. The assignments that she was presenting was about writing blocks and how to prevent writing blocks. And the assignment, I'll elaborate further on that. So the first assignment she presented was relates to the third poem that I presented. So that assignment was like, oh, okay, so you have a writing block, no problem, just write a letter as you would write it to a friend. And I did just as that. And while I was writing, she would say a bunch of random words every 1 minute, like peanuts or box or speaker, just random words like
Yeah.
that. And I would find myself being inspired by that. And branching out from those words, I would get so many ideas. And then the next assignment that she made us do was a list poem. So our prompt was like, oh, a list of things that we could share with the world. A list poem is basically like, it's like a list, 10 or more things. It's up to you completely, but it's like a poem organized by list. It could be a bunch of sentences or phrases, and that worked out pretty well for me.
Yeah.
And then she presented us the last assignment, and it was like uh, a sonnet, but it's a weird sonnet because you don't care about the meter or the rhyming scheme for this one. Instead, what you do is you take an ordinary item that you would see in your household or your living room or bedroom or whatever, and and like let's say an electric fan, and she had these different prompts for that object where you would pretend to be that object. The first line would be something like, "Oh, what are you?" And I would say, "I'm an electric fan." And other lines could be like, "Oh, what do you miss the most?" Or what who is your cousin, who is your relative? That's when you start to get really creative and you have to think outside the box. And that assignment really worked well for me as well. And yeah, that
I love
experience with RubyCar was really, really, really immersive and inspiring.
I love how you learn so much and you're able to share it to the world now with the rest of us. Thank you. Thank you
Welcome.
for sharing that. And I'm so floored by how young you are and yet
Uh,
how much depth there is in not just your poetry, but what you know about your poetry and how
mm,
you're clearly moving to improve and to learn more all the time.
mhm.
It's really
Yeah.
something you're clearly passionate about.
hmm I really am passionate about it. Thank you for saying all of that. I don't think poetry is just a one-time thing. I mean, for some people, it may be like maybe writing a poem is just a one-time thing for them, and it's not their passion, or it's not their talent, or it's just not for them. But when it comes to me and poetry, I think it's a life journey for me. I think I will find myself still writing poems like maybe 20 years from now or 40 years from now. Yeah.
You know what? I can see it. I can definitely see it. So, well, then that begs the question, young man. Are
Mhm.
you planning to release chapbook? Book?
A
That's
book?
something you've thought about, at least?
Yes. I've actually written 4 pad books, but they're not that good.
I, I love the
I'm planning to delete those, but yeah.
cringe.
Um, cringe. Yes, that's the right word to describe it. But honestly, I am really considering it. I just don't know how publishing would work and stuff like that. But I really have been considering it. Sometime in the future, maybe I will have my own book of poetry. Yeah. And my friends have been actually encouraging me to do that as well. And the good thing is you could make some coin.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Elijah, for your time.
You're
I know
welcome.
what time is it there?
It is currently 9:33.
Yes, it's evening for you. 'Cause you're 2 hours ahead, right?
hmm
Thank you. Is there anything you want to promote in your Instagram? You have anything else you want to share? Please share with the audience.
Um, not really. Just follow, like, if you have Instagram, just follow me if you want to see more of my poems. At EJ Writes. And I will actually, the poems that I presented today, I will be posting them on Instagram shortly. So if you
Yay!
want to see the written versions, you can see those
We
as well.
poetry saw them first.
Yes,
Exclusive.
we poetry indeed.
Thank you, Elijah. I hope
No
you come back. I hope
problem.
this is not your
I
last time.
will. Yes, I don't think this will be my last time. It's actually really
Because
fun to do these types of things. Yeah.
yeah, because this is your first time to do spoken word outside of like a school
Mm-hmm.
assignment, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. We would love to have you back.
You're welcome. Yes.
Have a good
Thank
evening.
you so much for having me.
Yes.
You too. Have a good
I'll
evening,
see you soon.
everyone, or morning, or whatever. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
That was Elijah Santos from Guam, originally from the Philippines. That was fun. I love when we're able to do that. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Me Poetry's show. This is I'm Peter Pan. We are celebrating the little child in all of us. And that was Elijah Santos from Guam. I am always so. We've been doing this for a little over 2 months now, and I love when we're able to um, share the stage for new poets or fledgling poets. Like Elijah has been writing for some time, but this is his first um, performance outside of a school setting. It's always so heartwarming to be able to open doors and pave ways and have more, I think, share their warmth and their heart. But of course, this will not be possible without our poetry partners. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dream Wide Awake Coffee. They have fantastic coffee, and they are, if you check them out on Instagram.com/Dream Wide Awake PH, here in the Philippines, they are resuming operations soon because the enhanced community quarantine, I think, did delay a lot of their stuff. But if you need good homegrown coffee and you're in Metro Manila, please check them out. Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate, who I'm sure will also resume their gigs every night very soon. Um, Sea Hostel uh, in Makati. They also have a lot of rainbow parties for sa poblacion. And they have an incredibly gorgeous rooftop bar. Like, gorgeous rooftop bar. Um, and of course, our dear friends at Expat Choice Asia and our friends over at Muameri Cafe. Now, Muameri Cafe is a cafe in Quezon City here in the Philippines, and 30% of every purchase from them, take out and delivery right now, of course, because we are still on lockdown for our own safety, um, goes to their program Bayanihan PH 2020, which is an initiative meant to feed frontliners. And not just medical frontliners, also the people who work in groceries, gas stations. It's a really great thing that the Food America team is doing, spreading the love and helping everybody out. There's also the what do you call this? There's also the initiative when you order from Food America Cafe, you can also ask them to deliver to a specific bulk order to a specific hospital or organization that you want to support. You can just contact them on Instagram or Facebook or Gmail, America Cafe, and they will you can coordinate directly with them. You want you have like a specific 100 people to share food or whatnot. They're also taking donations for their drive, so if you check them out, you'll be able to find them. Okay, so from Guam, we're going to fly to Japan slash the Philippines. Sorry. I'm actually really excited about our next artist because she's really, 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 really fascinating. Because she's a medical student. Yes, I said medical student. Um, it's actually really, really cool because normally people don't assume like people um look at art and science like slightly as two different career paths, and then there's this person. So our next artist is a focused student from Fort Eastern University NRMF. She dwells in books and sketches during her spare time, testing her imagination to the fullest. Discovering a new page, she now slowly starts to write poems of late night thoughts and experience. Without further ado, I give you Seika Ish. Seika, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Seika.
Hello.
Evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening. Before I want to start. Can I ask if anyone's hearing any noises? Let's say an electric fan. No, nothing.
No, I don't think so. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So hi, good evening. I would like to thank Martin for inviting me. Because of him, I had an opportunity to perform tonight. And for tonight, I'll be performing three of my pieces. So my first piece it's in Filipino or Tagalog. It's entitled Haribon, and it's inspired by how a child progresses into the reality of adulthood, and we can see that it's not just all sunshines and rainbows. So the title is Haribon. Ang sabi nila, may mga pakpak daw ang mga bata. Balahibo nito'y tila karilagan na isang pambansang haribon. Mga pakpak na sumasabay sa sayaw ng malalaking dalampasigan. Tinadala ang bata sa mundong nilikha ng kanyang isipan. Hawak ng bata ang tintang walang kupas ang kulay na mamantsahan ang mga ulap sa bawat haplos ng marka, pinta at sulat. Sa pugad niyang puno ng posibilidad at mahika, siya ang agila ng bayang puno ng pag-asa. Sa murang edad, natuto ang bata lumaban. Labanan ng mga dayuhang pananaw ay madilim at makitid. Pero hindi akalain na mismong mainit na yakap ng tahanan ay siya din babaril sa tinuring na kapatid. Guhit ng panahon, biglang nag-iba, nagbago, nabugbog, bumaliktad ang lipad ng bata. Ang balintataw ng kasiyahan na mulat sa katotohanan, ligaya na inaasam-asam na wasak. Naalala ko ang mga pangyayari ng kahapon, nung ibang-iba na sa kalagayan ng buhay ngayon, dahil itong batang ninais lang naman lumipad sa kalawakan, pinitas ang mga balahibo at lumaki bilang tahimik na ako. Dahil tulad ng bata, mahilig lang naman din ako makipaglaro. Kasama ko mga aking kaibigan nagtatago, lumilipad na may kalayaan. Nagbibilad sa ilalim ng mga ulap na napakabughaw, walang alinlangan sa mga sikretong pabulong ng daigdig. Lalaro hanggang maabutan ng dilim dahil dito lang naramdaman ng bata ang unawa at pag-ibig. Pero pagsapit ng araw, tayo'y tatanda rin. Kukupas ang mga balahibo at kuko na matatalim, pagdakma ng mga aninong naghahabol sa mga batang matatapang. Takot maunang mataya ng mundong ikukulong ka sa duda, takot iwanan ang nakasanayan kaya mananatili na lamang sa sulok ng pugad, tinuri niyang kulungan. Sino ba naman ang batang nangulila sa kanyang kalayaan? Kampay ng pakpak tuluyang ginapos ng inang bayan na takpan ng pagkatakot ang tenga at binulag ng kasinungalingan ng bawat mata. Tinataya na lamang ang laban sa piping gulo ng Makata. Pero sa ganyang himagsikan nagsisimula ang lahat. Di ka ba nagsasawa sa mga tinig ng husga at mga pekeng tawa? Huwag tayong manatili sa sinilangan ninakaw ang bawat diwa. Di ba't dugot pawis natin pinaghirapan ng lahat? Kaya ginigising ko ang mga bata na nakulong sa inyong mga puso kung ito'y iyon ang nasaksihan. Bakit mo pa rin pinipili magpaalipin sa kanila? May kamay tayo para hawakan ng sarili nating kapalaran. Kaya natin sumahimpapawid sila hanggang lupa lamang. Ang pagiging isang agila ay hindi kumukupas pagtanda. Na walang mali sa paglingon sa kinaroroonan sa pagbalik bilang isang bata. Dito'y natututunan na sa pagkakadapay pwede bumangon, na ang mali ay maitatama at may nalo sa pagkatalo. Ang sabi nila, ang bata ay ang pagkabiko ng hinaharap. Mga walang pakpak na agila. Sabi ko naman sa kanila, ang bata ay ang dahilan kung bakit sisikat ang araw para sa kinabukasan. Patuloy na sumisikap at hinaharap ang daloy ng buhay dahil ang haribon ay simbolo ng katapangan na taglay na isang batang nangangarap. So that was my first piece. So just a bit of a explanation to the piece for anyone who didn't understand. It's basically a certain part of my experience how I thought as a child that the world was so big and vast. You could do anything, like a bird flying, so like an eagle. And when I stepped into that adulthood, when I stepped into high school and now I'm in college, I realized that life is really hard. It steps on you so much that sometimes you just want to go back into your childhood and enjoy what you had. You underestimated the power it had, and sometimes society or reality takes away that color, that imagination a kid has, and we're molded into this cookie cutter, and that's I put an analogy of Haribon, which is our Philippine eagle. So for my next piece, it's inspired by, I guess, from my experience as well. It's how celebrating how a child can be naive in certain emotions, and one of them is love. And being a child, you get to learn more, and you get to do things that, sometimes these consequences, they don't hold you until you grow older. And this piece is called Tahanan. Isang gabing kumatok ka ng dahan-dahan, ika'y napadpad sa aking kandadong pintuan, humiling ng tulong at dumating ng duguan, galing sa pag-ibig na pinilit pinaglaban. Tila hinablot ito na pabukas, sinabi mo'y wala akong masamang balak. Puso'y tumibok sa iyong kada pagbigkas, ito kaya'y kapupulutan ng aral o ng alak. Di maintindihan ng timpla ng kilig, mga galawgaw na paru-parong tila umaapaw, pintig ng pusong nagpaparinig. Teka lang, bisita ka ba o magnanakaw? Sa hindi ka nais-nais, pintuan ng puso'y binuksan, sugatan pero handang sumugal sa pag-ibig na inaasam. Nakakatakot mahulog sa taong hindi nakaabang, pero itataya ang tahanan sa walang katiyakan. Halika, pasok. Huwag kang mahiya. Dadaan muna tayo sa aking mga mapapait na alaala. Pasensya sa mga halo-halong damdamin, baka tayo'y mawala kung sakaling baybayin natin ang mga abinidang ito. Hindi ko alam kung saan liliko o kailan hihinto. Gusto kita at siguro mas panatag ang loob ko na hindi ko alam kung gusto mo rin ako. Pero lahat ng pag-alinlangan ay sinantabi, pinagkatiwala ang susi ng halili. Akala ko ikaw na ang tanging pinili. Ngunit sinabi mo, parang pag-ibig natin ay mali. Nabasag ang mga litrato na nakasabit sa isip, huminto ang orasan ng tilay ng buntong hininga, umikot, bumaliktad ng dilim, nagising sa panaginip. Nagmukha lang pala akong tanga. Kaya tama na sa mga kalokohan, sinirang apat na sulok ng aking tahanan, hindi ito'y bilog para pagmulahan. Paalala sa'yo, ika'y bisita lamang. Hayaan nating walisin ang mga nasirang piyesa, punasan ng mga napuno ng alikabok. Ibalik ang mga natumbang upuan at mesa sa gulong ginawa ng pag-ibig nating sumubok. Sa haplos ng mga alaalang mapapait. Balang araw, mabubuksan ko rin ang pintuan na walang pilit. Hindi dahil sa lakas ng katok o bisitang makulit, kundi dahil hayaan ang sariling sumaya ulit. Okay. So for me, that was very emotional because that was one of the few poems that I wrote that truly there was so much emotion there because it was a part in my life that it was very impactful, and poem was a way for me to let it all out. Anyways, the last piece I'm going to perform, it's in English, and I made this poem just for this week's event. So this poem is inspired how even though we're old, we can still be a kid at heart, and sometimes finding that kid at heart can save you from all of this madness just going around. So the poem is entitled The Painting. The clock strikes 5 in the morning, and I find myself tossing and turning, thinking and thinking and thinking about the day that awaits these four walls that stood so gray, depriving of extraordinary things, gashing what's once might called passionate wings. A 9-to-5 job of monotonous routines, graveyard shifts that drag through the minutes. I pound my fingers against the typewriter, its smooth surface cold to the touch. But no warmth can spark these tired, blurry eyes. Lost, lost, lost. They only long to watch the clock strike 12, where we would stretch to reach clouds we cannot fathom how they are free. Because from 9 to 5, blurry desk works and small talks I delve, I heave a sigh. Who am I supposed to be? Because I hold a heavy-hearted dream, and some nights I have cried. I have buried these sorrows. I have told myself I tried, but there is a tomorrow full of uncertainties, full of obscenities. I scream for help, but no alarm rings until a dying hand is felt. When did my vision turn black and white? When did it clung like sweat on a cold evening? When did I continue the cycle of fooling myself? That this was my meaning. I try to wear my clothes backwards, inside out, hoping it would bring me back to when I don't care for false apologies and inconsensual breathing. It's exhausting being me. It's strangling like smoke, sipping in the bitterness. It burns, but we don't stop because it's addicting. My mind is against me, but my heart tells me to be strong. No one told me that growing up, you would stray from where you belong. Life's never fair, it never plays soft. But I just know there's something else out there, just waiting to be found. Something that would make my chest pound. A reason to stop hating myself, for I missed all the red flags back when I turned 12. I didn't know what to try, nor where to look. I tried hopping archipelagos and even learned how to cook. Before I knew where my feet would trek, I ended up in front of your doorstep. Nervous butterflies lying in my palms as I turned the knob, hesitating, trying to stay calm. I found you. I found you. Standing still and stiff under the dim lighted rooms, tracing tenaciously those aging outline of a solemn face. My love, why do you look grim when you're the only wonder in this place? Never a bunch nor a wink. You were the passionate wing I'd embrace. You called yourself art. I called you passion. You dressed in primary colors, and I would add some weird patterns. It never ended well, for we were always out of rhythm. But you said life's a canvas, so why not paint in them? I miss this innocence, this breathtaking fun, where smudges and bruises were trophies from battles we won. Each darkly shade was never dull nor mundane. You made abstracts of rainbow every after a rain. You called yourself art. I called you my dream. Just like when I saw you framed in that museum, I dreamed to stroke out the flaws and inspiration, because that painting taught me that there's comfort in creation. So thank you. So that's all of my pieces for tonight.
Kika. Oh my God.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks so much for coming on, for sharing those poems.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. That was lovely. It was really, it was already so, um, it was already so nice for me to be able to hear your art during our weekly, online off-air camp session. But that, hearing the rest of the things you write so deeply. You feel so deeply.
Yes. I guess these poems are usually they wake up during at night, or like I guess like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning. It's just like a splurge of thoughts, and instead of me just sleeping it, I write it down as quickly, as raw as it is, and that's where my inspiration grows. Yeah.
Oh, so when it comes to you just immediately. But what happens? Because you're in medical school, right?
Yes.
How do you balance med school and writing?
I mean, I guess
What?
it. Mhm.
Mm.
Um, it's all about, I guess, for me, poetry, or I say art because I do art as well.
Yeah.
It's for me, it's something so relaxing. It's a freedom, the things that I feel that are very intangible through art. It's a release. You get to see something. You understand something through art, and for me, doing that in the midst of like stress and work, it's relaxing. It's a pastime. It's really a passion, and without it, I don't have an outlet.
Yes, I understand that. But what came first? Your medical school aspirations or your writing or
Definitely
your art rather?
the art, yeah, the writing and the art that came first.
So other than poems, do you write anything else? And can you tell us a little more about the other art that you create?
Aside from poetry, I sketch, I draw. That's the first thing before poetry came into my life. I like to do portraits a lot, landscape. What else? Oh, yeah, I think that's it. That's aside from poetry, yeah.
Have you ever collaborated with yourself? Like, have you written something based on something you drew, or drew something based on something you wrote?
I did draw something based on I wrote, and I drew stuff based on. I'm gonna give an example. Based on Martin's songs, he did
Mm,
ask me to draw some drafts. He asked me, if you think about the song, what kind of ideas out in
what
your
do you
head.
see?
Yeah, it's like a cover, an album cover. He would ask that, and I would draw for him. Other than that, I would draw from my feelings and other pieces that I wrote.
Yeah, that's always fun. And I so do you also write about medical like school? Is that
That's funny because I never written something, that's medically related. I
mm,
guess it's just when I think about um medtech right now in school, it's just stress, and
uh,
sometimes it just fogs up my creativity or my mind, and I don't
so
get to seem to put it on paper that much.
so it's really more about an escape or release. The other side of it.
Yes, yes,
I really enjoyed your poem of Haribon. Is that
yeah,
how it's
yeah,
pronounced?
Haribon.
Sorry, Haribon. That was really pretty.
Oh, thank you.
I really
I
like the illustrator.
I think a lot would relate to the poem Haribon because everybody had expectations as a child. We would just wake up, eat, play, and sleep, then repeat all over. Not caring about anything. The scrapes on your knees, and when we enter school, when we enter like high school, college, get a job, it's just different from what you imagine in a kid. And I think everybody has that phase where I just want to stay here. I want to be a child again because this is so hard. And that's what Haribon is all about. And not only that, I kind of wanted to show the analogy to the Philippine eagle because as we know, Philippine eagle is endangered today, and it just shows how a beauty of something so free can be caged by its own, creator, its own home. Just like
Yeah.
what happens to children when they grow old.
Thank you very much, Nika. Thank you so much. Do you have are your poems on Instagram or you have Twitter? Is there anything you would like to promote? Or,
Um, I would like to promote my Twitter. It's both my personal, and I've been sharing my poems there as well. It's at Sakes underscore II, Sakes as in SEIKS underscore two I's after that. So it's both my personal poems, so you get to see some of my rants and stuff. But at the same time, I do post my uh, pieces there.
thank you so much for coming on, Nika. I hope you come back. I hope
I
we
do
hear
want to
more of
come
your
back.
wonderful poetry.
Yeah. Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much. I hope
You
you have a
too.
good evening.
Thank you so much.
Be safe.
Bye bye.
Bye. Hey, that was Seika Ishii from the Philippines and Japan. She is one of the people that we met through Duyo. We have weekly art jams that are online but off air around Zoom. And if you want more information about that, you can send a message to any of our social media. That's at Poetry Global on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Okay, so now we are going to fly over to Singapore, and I'm so excited because our next guest, they're duo. I'm really excited. So um, they have been creating music together and sharing it on YouTube for several months now. When she was a baby, she composed over 100 songs, but never got around to recording them. Now that she's older, they've recorded several and plan to do more. Together, they are a poetic band called Musically Poetry. This is Julia and Alamin Kim. Hi.
Hi. How do I address you? How do I call you?
It's Indigo.
Indigo, yes. Unfortunately, I'm in a bit, boys, teenage, and having
Yes.
not so good mood today. He's beside me, just only please don't show me on the screen. So,
Yeah.
okay, but he's willing to read for us, so that's good actually.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys read the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'll
you
talk
so
to you
much.
after.
Thank you so much for inviting us.
Yes. You can
Okay.
start. I'll talk to
Yes.
you after.
Come on. Okay. No need to sing. Just read. Okay. No need. Cannot see. Okay, here a little bit. Okay. Move a little bit in front. Okay. Now they are waiting. 1, 2, 3. A house made of clay first, but louder. They cannot really hear.
A house made of clay. In the land of nowhere, you can build a house made of clay. With a veranda made of gold to see the view of the downside. When the winter comes, we stay cuddled from
Louder.
We talk about the stories we faced, comfort and home. I live with each other. We feel the space between birds and sea. It was enough for me to have, because life is so fragile. Our room glass, so we can see the stars at night. Our carpet made of grass, so the green, so beautiful inside.
Louder.
As we watch the sunset
Louder a
and
bit.
the rain, we talked about life's one we talked about at some point, lesson that we survived, we don't despair.
Louder a bit. Cannot hear.
In one storm to make it disappear. It doesn't matter as we can show you. Walking good and the way house
I breathe you in my lungs, breathe you in my lungs. I enjoy the peace you give me. Always breathe into your morning walk. Hope our friendship never die. Oh my goodness, teenage. So sorry for that. A teenager, when he just ran away now. He's hiding inside. So we are sorry for that. Yeah. I'm so sorry. screen.
No worries.
Oh, teenage, he just ran away. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You can continue.
Mm. This one,
No worries.
I want to read the poem. I want to read the poem about Hari Raya, but since we are coming from different countries, I'm from Indonesia, but I stay in Singapore around 16 years. So
Yes.
yeah, my son Singaporean as well. So I will read another poem about friendship. That's for me. That's how's my view about friendship. Okay, let me search. Okay, so sorry for that. The title is Friendship Has No Boundaries. I memorized this. Yes. Friendship has no boundaries. Oh, sorry. Okay. But this one I made in the language is in Indonesian, but the course in English. Ku tetap kakiku berpijak, jalanan berputar, ku hiraukan. Ku dapat mencari pegangan, harap kau di sini selalu. Aku dapat mungkin jalan dari sini, atau mungkin kau yang akan pergi dulu. Friendship has no boundaries, no color, no age, no nationality. Friendship has no race, no gender, no age, no social standing at all. Hentikan semua ambisi, egoismu, dan cemburu. Akan ada yang lebih baik, kecuali hatinya pada Tuhan. Friendship has no boundaries. No color, no age, no nationality. Friendship has no race, no gender, no age, no social status, nothing at all. Aku datang mungkin jalan keluar dari sini, atau mungkin kaulah yang akan pergi dulu. Ku dapat mencari pegangan, harap kau di sini saling menguatkan. Ku tetap kakiku berpijak, jalan berbeda hiraukan. Thank you so much. That's all. Hi, Indigo. Yeah.
So yeah, that was wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yes, you too. So, do you want to know about the poem itself? Friendship has no boundaries. So, because it's in my language, so
Yes, please.
I translate that. I'm very tegar. He's very strong. You know, when my legs step, even full of stone, but I still carry on because of the friendship. So I try to hold by something. I hope you are here, then we can hold each other. So that's about friendship. And I'm coming. Maybe my life ended here, or maybe you will live first. This is about life. Let's say we don't know about life. Whether our life we will die soon, or we will die 10 years ago. We don't know, but maybe our friend who will die soon, because I have lots of friends. They pass away already. Around pass away. It's so sad because many years never see each other. I'm here and then my friend is in my hometown. So it's something like I'm holding my hands. We hold each other before one of us go first. Something like that. Then friendship has no boundaries, no color, no age, no nationality. I hope we can be friends. Indonesian, Singapore, and Philippines, Indigo, and who else there? Just now, yeah. Then by then we stop all the ambition and ego and jealousy. Friendship is friendship. That's all.
It's such a lovely poem. Thank you for
Thank you.
sharing.
Thank you.
You've been writing for a long time.
Since I was young, actually, my family is an engineer, all engineer. My father, all my uncle is medical practitioner, is a medical doctor. So when I interested in poem, everybody laughed. So when I was secondary, I like to writing, but everyone found it. They laugh, even my classmates. What do you want to be? They say. Yeah, this actually, yeah. It's not practical according to them. Then after that, I follow the step of my family. I go to computer and engineering. I finish my college, and then get married, come to Singapore, and then I become a teacher. So yeah, the point is just only I keep it from everybody, just hiding it. Writing a poem, sometimes writing. But then my interest, my children grow up already. Now they grow up already. Then my youngest, primary 6 now, is 12 years old. So
Oh,
since
wow.
last year, I still no, I have nothing. The burden on my shoulder is live up. I mean there's nobody will say, hey, why you writing poem? Because now everything okay for me. Everything is fine. I think I have my job. I have um anything that they call it practical for daily life. So why should I keep my things, my writing, my hobby? So I just open up. So that's the thing. So I join many activities about the writer community, something like that. I join here and there, and then I build the musically poetry itself. So yeah, still going
Yes,
on.
I see. You have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes, we have a me. Both of us, me and my son, have a
Yes.
YouTube channel.
The two of you.
Musically
What
poetry.
yes. What made you decide to finally share your art? As you said, your children are grown up and now you have more time. But what
Yeah.
made you decide to take the extra step and go on YouTube and really share it with everybody?
What makes me want to share with everybody? Okay. So I want to share with everybody. Actually, it's not the YouTube channel is not I want to become famous or want to do something now. During the this year, I feel like I need to do something that um uh, to do something is for me and my children. So when I write a poem itself and then continue by the song, yeah, because I until now around 12 songs that I recorded. So each of the song having their own story, their own meaning. That's why when I create the song Morning Dawn
Mhm.
is the story that normally I send my child walk to the way of his school, my youngest. So this is how the Morning Dawn was born. The Morning Dawn poem and the Morning Dawn song. And then another song, I say, Grass of Comfort is the place that we would love to visit, and it give us comfort, like me and my children. So this is Grass of Comfort. And then another song is Children Ballad. Children Ballad is a message to our children, to us as a parents, and to my children. So yeah, why I make this to share my poem, my song is to share my thoughts and then create the memory. My children, especially.
Yes, and I'm actually really glad that you came on because, tonight we're talking about Peter Pan and the inner child, and I'm glad that you have all of these poems and songs to share. But because you've written over 100 songs, right?
But I can't really remember the hundreds. It's so
Yeah,
many.
of course, it's been a while. But do
Mm.
you have a favorite out of everything you've written?
The favorite song,
Yeah,
song and poem.
that you
Morning
wrote.
Dawn. Morning Dawn is my favorite. Morning Dawn is the first time I recorded, and that's my favorite.
Ah,
Yeah. Mm. Maybe you can find the Morning Dawn in our channel. That one I sing and my son play ukulele.
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. The ukulele is fun.
Yes.
Actually, I was going to ask you if you wanted to perform it now, but I guess he's not. He's being a teenager, so
Yeah.
yeah. So,
He's too into his mobile phone because it's a new mobile phone. So I need to have a long chat with him again and how to manage his time with his mobile phone, how to, uh, you know, um, do our time for something like this.
yes, but
Yeah.
maybe we're all trying to keep busy with this new normal and trying to stay creative. How are you over there? It's a circuit breaker, right?
Huh? Circuit breaker until 2nd of June. So my son already stay at home for 2 months now. So myself, I work in a library in a primary school library in
Oh
government
wow.
school. Yeah, government school. So me myself, just only this month can go back to work. So 1 month totally stay at home. We just only can go out if we want to buy grocery. That's all. Or we want to exercise in the park. We can exercise, but we exercise one by one, one person, one person. We cannot exercise together. So yeah, this a bit tough for us, but yeah, we we are okay, we are fine. We just only we need day by day. I need to find something to occupy our time, something like this, create a poem or singing or perform somewhere, meeting with the person who's having the same interest as us. That's amazing. Thank you for inviting us.
Oh, thank you for coming on. I'm so glad that you had the time and the opportunity. I hope that next time maybe you can do Morning Dawn and other poems and other pieces that you've shared.
Yes.
Um, I'm glad you're doing well with the circuit breaker.
Mm.
Um, would you like to tell us more about your YouTube channel and any other places that people can find you and your work?
I can't really hear. Yes, can you repeat?
Ah, Would you like to talk to share with everyone about your YouTube channel and anything else you want to promote maybe?
Oh, okay. Please look at our channel, Musically Poetry. This you can see at my it's exactly like that. Musically Musically Poetry Poetry. That's our YouTube channel. And right now, it's just only three songs that we record, but we will add more. And the view is quite good actually. It's quite good now. Is 3.8K. Yeah, the view is quite good. Yeah, this make me want to do more and encourage him to do more as well. Yeah, we don't have Facebook page. We just only short poem page. So this short poem people start subscribe, but it's not ambition. There's no ambition. There's no want to be famous, want to have money. It's just create memory and create friends and do something positive.
Yes.
Mm.
Thank you for your time, for
Yeah.
your time this time. I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. Salam to all the Philippines poetry lovers. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
evening.
Bye.
Also, bye.
Bye.
Well, so before that was a mother and son, Sylvia and Alamin. Although Alamin sang for a bit and then had other things to do. I love that we had a mother and son on the night when we're celebrating the inner child. Again, if you are just tuned in, hi, welcome to your Saturday night habit at Me Poetry. I'm Nico Pai, and tonight we're all saying, I'm Peter Pan. Yes, we all are. We all have that little kid in us. But maybe doesn't really want to come. Of course, um, if you are at all interested in being like Elijah and Sylvia and Alamin and coming on to share your art, share your poetry with us, you can reach us on any of our social media networks. Facebook, facebook.com/reportingglobal, Twitter, twitter.com/reportingglobal, Instagram, instagram.com/reportingglobal, and you can send us an email, reportingglobal@gmail.com. We absolutely love having people come and share from all over the world. If I'm not mistaken, we've had over 80 to 100 poets from 20, 30, 30 countries. We've had a lot of poets from a lot of countries. And it floors me every time because we've been doing this for a little over 2 months. And yet we are, other than this weekly Saturday night habit open mic, we have an off-air online jam session on Thursdays called Pio. That's over Zoom. It's not aired anywhere. It's just very informal. You can just come in, and we don't just have poets or musicians. We've had theater actors. You can be a painter, an illustrator. We had someone come on and share her digital art with us. We've had collaborations where somebody's playing their instrument. I think it was a guitar. Somebody else was singing, and while that was happening, somebody was painting, and it was just all from the comforts of our homes while we're all going through this lockdown, quarantine, circuit breaker, whatever it's called in your part of the world right now. Which reminds me, I hope everyone is safe and staying home and managing to stay connected somehow and stay grounded. Because even with social distancing, we can also get a sense of community. Um, actually for us, for me poetry, other than that online jam. Speaking of community, we also have a Facebook group called the Collective Community, the Collective excuse me, Community of We Poetry. If you search for that on Facebook, you will get a link to our Facebook group, which is where people share their poems and connect with other artists from other poets from various parts of the world. Um, Long form, short form, prose, page. You know, it's a rich group of several people, and it's always nice to have to read, what other people have to share. And then I was talking earlier about our poetry partners. So you have America Cafe. If you are in the Philippines, in Metro Manila specifically, they are based in Quezon City. They have a new artisan bread line that just came out. They have so many vegan options in collaboration with the with something called the Plant Based Project. So if you are vegan, but you want to try things like mushroom tocino, for example, you can absolutely get that from Pukaberry. They also have their signature drink, the very Pukaberry, which is a taro slushy. They have cheesecakes, they have rice meals, they have paninis, which personally, avocado paninis from Pukaberry Cafe, amazing. And the best part is that anytime you purchase anything from Pukaberry Cafe, dine in or take out for now because of the pandemic. Sorry, take out and delivery, not dine in. I'm so sorry. Take out and delivery. Because of the pandemic. Dreaming of dining in again. That would be nice. 30% of the proceeds goes to their initiative on Bayanihan PH, which serves food to frontliners all over the metro. Hospitals, groceries, first stores, anything. The America Cafe, the family will be able to help out and donate food back to community and also to communities. If I'm not mistaken, to date, they have given out over 7,000 food packs to over 100 hospitals and establishments. And they've only been around for about 5 weeks, the initiative. America has been around for a year. Bayanihan PH has been around for 5 weeks. And they've already helped so many people. So if you're in the metro and you're interested in helping out, invite some good food, please check that out. We also have G Hostel in Makati. I cannot begin to tell you how incredible their parties are. And right now, when everybody in quarantine and lockdown, they're bringing the party through you. Yes, through you. If you go to facebook.com /G Hostel Philippines or search for them, G Hostel Philippines, you will find their quarantine lives. They have DJs and musicians from all over do live stream performances on their channel. If I'm not mistaken, it was last week or 2 weeks ago when they actually had Crazy Little Asian from London on their channel. But G Hostel Philippines is in Makati, and if you are looking for a place to stay when things have blown over, please do check them out. And I know that when it's safe enough, they will likely throw fantastic parties again at their rooftop bar. It is beautiful on that roof. You can watch the sunrise from that roof. It's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And then our friends at Expat Choice Asia, where you can get incredibly great recommendations on the best food, the best things with art scene all over Asia. So if you go to expatchoice.asia, you will have access to all of that. And they've also been our poetry partners from the very beginning. We are very thankful. And and Kabayan Gastro Bar in Malate, another wonderful event place. They have events, well, not now because for everyone's safety from quarantine, events every night. And it's always so fantastic. And their bottomless coffee, iced coffee, as a person who loves coffee, absolutely comes iced and it's really It's really good tasting. It's wonderful. Wonderful coffee. Speaking of wonderful coffee, we also have our friends from Green Wide Awake PH, again, also in the Philippines. They offer local homegrown coffee, and they're a sustainable brand, so they will serve it or they will have it delivered rather in glass bottles. Excellent coffee, and if I'm not mistaken, other than coffee, they've also now started branching into um, drinks that such as they have a ginger based drink that's really nice. The Blea chocolate drinks, but really mainly they are coffee folk, and they are excellent coffee folk. They make some of the best coffee in the country, um, hot or cold, and it's incredible because they're also the people that when things are better. If you have an event within the metro in the Philippines and you want something a little different, they can actually set up uh, a station, like a coffee cart station, where they can make the drinks right then and there, the coffees, the ginger, the chocolate. It's an entire experience. Like I recommend it so much for anybody that ever wants like a different kind of bar at their party. It's a really adorable setup, and the people who run it are fantastic. So those are our poetry partners. Um, if you are watching this on our YouTube channel right now, um, you are not subscribed, I encourage you to not just hit the subscribe button, but hit the notification bell so that when we go live, you are notified. Because other than this Saturday night habit of yours, which is our weekly global open mic, sometimes we have pop-up shows. Um, and sometimes we have shows that are um, collaborations with the organizations. If you are a subscriber, then you would have been notified, for example, about last night when we collaborated with USC Musicat, the musical organization of the oldest university in Asia, University of Santo Tomas. And also, we have an ongoing collaboration with Laya Manila, the Poetry Collective, um, shows them. We've also done collaborations with El Sol and their theater guild. It's always because again, here at We Poetry, we are ever open, to sharing and to being able to spread love and being able to give people a platform to share their art forms, which is always fun. Um, Speaking of sharing art and platforms, I actually also have a poem for you all today. Yes, I am a host and I am because tonight's theme is I'm Peter Pan, and that was one of my favorite movies growing up, and it's also a concept that I hold really dear, because there is that feeling of at some point you don't wanna grow up. It's like you're good. I'm a kid. I have no worries. I have no stress. Like my biggest problem is homework or something. But there's just something about um the magic of childhood, of being like Elijah and I were talking about earlier, our first guest when we were shooting then. Of being born I'm usually born into love. And I've been thinking about that a lot. And so I thought that I would share a poem with all of you today. I have never been happier than the moment that I realized that tomorrow is my birthday. I love birthdays. You love birthdays? I love birthdays. Finally, I'm going to be a pink girl, and I'm going to be able to do pink girl things. Mommy says I'm going to school, Daddy says that I'm going to start to learn to ride a bike. And I really, really have been dying to know what that feels like. I'm so excited to turn 7 with the wind in my hair as I try to push that little 3-wheel bike that I was given for Christmas, but I was not allowed to ride just yet because I wasn't old enough. It's tiring to be told that you're not old enough to do things. I'm old enough. I'm old enough to open the door by myself. I'm old enough to pick up the phone. I'm old enough. I'm old enough to make myself a set sometimes. I'm really excited to grow up tomorrow. But I'm also really bored. Because the truth is that sometimes they say that growing up is boring. But I don't know. I feel like it can also be fun. What could possibly be boring about being able to go anywhere you want? What could possibly be boring about being able to just say what you want and have it followed? What could possibly be boring about being able to choose what you eat all the time? Nope, can't think of anything. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm really excited because I'm turning 7, and I'm told that that's big girl time. I can't wait to be a big girl. I think, for the most part, when I think of growing up, I think of being able to share. I think that there's some magic. When I was 14 years old, I had grown up a lot, and I thought, when I was 7, I thought that was big girl stuff. Now I'm 14. Now I realize that wasn't big girl stuff at all. This, this is the real world. This is tough. There's high school and boys and movies and things to do, and I'm still confused. I still don't know about you. But I wanted this. I wanted to grow up. Tomorrow is my birthday again, and I still don't know what to do. But maybe this time growing up will finally be the solution. I don't know. Do you? I'm not sure. Sometimes I look back at myself when I was 7 and I was 14 and I wonder how I survived that long. And then I realized that I've always had in my heart this little song. I've always known that I would always be able to bounce back from anything that went wrong. I knew that I would be okay in the long run. I'm not a child anymore. I'm not the little 7-year-old that couldn't wait for her birthday, couldn't wait to grow up. I am not the 14-year-old that couldn't wait for the days to run over so that I could take charge of my own life, or what I thought it would be. No, I am 30 now. I am a lady. And while I am a big girl, the way I wanted to be, while I'm a woman now, an adult, you see, I don't think I will ever lose that little girl. And I don't think I ever want. Because there's always something to be said about the peace and joy that comes from acknowledging that little child. Thank you. Ah, okay. I wrote that poem when I found out what the theme of the show was because it's true. Like when we're younger, I think we have ideas of what it is to be a grown up, and then we we kind of over time either get jaded or we don't really get to um, see what it is for what it is. Um, and then suddenly we're 30 now, and I'm like, oh, okay. But I still like vanilla ice cream and Disney movies. So, I think it's just a matter of balance. Anyway, okay, we're going to go back to the artist now. I hope you guys like that poem, and I hope that you are um enjoying the show. But speaking of not wanting to grow up in Japan, this next artist is actually a surprise for everybody. This is the first time on this show that we are going to have not just this person, but their form of art. and I am excited. This person is quite possibly one of the most talented humans I've ever met. Sometimes I wonder if he is human. This is a 19-year-old magician. Yes, magician. That's trying to bring a little wonder to the world. He performs on the streets and at open mics with dreams of going professional. Magic is his way of stepping out of his comfort zone and into the memories of others. So from the Philippines, I give you Jethro Porara.
Hello. Hi.
Hey,
Hello. Hello,
thanks for joining
everyone.
us.
Alright, wait, the angle is slightly off.
All right, the
Okay,
stage is
okay.
yours, my friend.
So, hello, everyone. Thank you, Indigo, for that very, very flattering introduction. So, as you heard, my name is Jethra, and I am a magician. Uh, I think my art form is it's very apropos for this kind of this theme, the theme of Peter Pan, because magicians deal with a lot of things that have to deal with imagination. We have to deal with imagination a lot because that word is what changes our status from liars to performers, right? Instead of us just lying and deceiving you, it is us using those things along with some imagination to make something truly wonderful. And I can give an example of that. So first, let's imagine a coin, right? It's a very simple thing. If I grab a coin out of the air, you can't see it, but you can imagine it. If I take it in this hand, you can't see it, but you can imagine it. And if I sort of just squeeze and move a bit, if you imagine harder and harder and harder, you can make a coin appear out of thin air. And that is the power of imagination, right? Uh, this coin, this imaginary coin, because it's just imaginary, this isn't real, it can do some very interesting things. For example, if I put it in this hand, it vanishes and reappears here. If I take it in this hand and put it there, it sort of vanishes again and reappears in this hand. I can do that again, and it's no longer in this hand, but once again in this hand. It is that the power of imagination is what's making that possible. I can put it in this hand. You can sort of watch the moment it vanishes and watch the moment again. Like grab it out of the air. And of course, if you can imagine a coin appearing out of thin air, you can also imagining it disappearing. So as I take that coin and grab it, it just vanishes. Thank you. So yeah, that is the preface. That is the power of imagination. And imagination is a very powerful thing, right? And I think that is one of the main themes of the of Peter Pan, right? You have the power of imagination. You have believing in things, and you can do things like fly or talk to your shadow or go to a land where you never age. And that power of imagination is something that I really, really appreciate, and it's why I'm such a big fan of the stories of Peter Pan. Uh, when I started doing magic, when I started doing street shows, and let me angle this down so you can see my street show thing. This is what I take out the street shows, right? It is a very simple sort of, it's a very simple sort of setup. There's nothing fancy. It is just 3 cups and then 3 aluminum foil balls. That's really it. Of course, magic wand, but that's mostly for show. And it is with this that I make people applaud and make people just have those moments of what the fuck just went on, because I deal with imagination. I give them that moment of wonder, because that's really all magic is, right? If you think about any trick long enough, you'll figure out how it works. But if you just appreciate it in the moment, then you can provide that moment of impossibility, that moment of magic. Let's take these fair props. These are just, I forget where I bought these, but these are just wooden cups, and we're gonna cover up the wooden balls. And if we use our imaginations and wave the magic wand, we can make them vanish. Of course, I can't actually do that. I'm not actually magic, despite Indigo's very flattering comments. I am only human, and I can only do human things. But let's try that. Let's try using a bit of magic, right? For example, when we're kids, magic is really easy, right? All it takes is a nice flower or a pretty bit of sunshine, and already magic is real. And it's very easy to think that things are better than reality. When we get older, maybe when we start to get sentient, when, for example, we learn to read, magic gets a little bit harder to appreciate, right? We have to deal with things like reality now. We know that things are supposed to be a certain way, but we can still sometimes have a bit of magic. For example, every Christmas we have proof of magic. We have Santa Claus coming down and giving our presents under a Christmas tree, a yearly reminder that magic, although rarer, is now real. When we're grown up, that's the real problem. When we're grown up, magic gets a lot harder. We now think, yes, I am a rational person. Magic isn't real, but we still have those moments of magic. We still have moments like our first kiss, or a good book, or just a really, really hearty meal, where it just feels like it's impossible. Magic is real again. Now, we've seen the power of imagination. And that is what Peter Pan is all about, right? It's about imagination. You've seen me make balls vanish with the powers of imagination. And in the words of Peter Pan, with a bit of faith, trust, and pixie dust, you can make them appear again. And yeah, that is essentially the trick. That is how we magicians use the power of imagination. But I'm feeling, given quarantine, I'm feeling a bit adventurous, and I'm going to try to make things a bit more interesting by including choice. I'm going to take away some of my power and give it to the audience. And choice is something when we're adults, we have to deal with quite a bit, right? As adults, we have to choose school are we going to go to, who are we going to date or not date, what are we going to fucking eat for dinner. And that choice can sometimes take away some of the magic of the world, because instead of just appreciating what things are happening, we have to deal with stress and anxieties about what we're going to choose. So what I'm going to try now is make you make a choice and still preserve that magic. So let's have Indigo, if you could turn on your mic.
Yes, sir.
Choose between cups 1, 2, and 3.
3.
3? This one?
Yes. Yes.
All right. You can change your choice if you want to. Are you
No.
happy with that? Okay.
Yep.
Watch as the balls go from cup 2 to cup 3.
What?
You see it happen?
No.
Hopefully no, because if you see it happen, it's not a magic trick. But the balls did in fact vanish from that
Whoa.
cup. Go.
Oh, wow. All right.
And yeah, so that is dealing with choice. Now, a lot of people ask when I present this trick, a lot of people ask me, what if they had picked the other cup, right? Because although I had that entire story about how choice and imagination and things, this is a magic trick. What had happened if they had picked the other cup? Would the magic trick have been screwed up? No, because again, I can add a bit of magic to the choice and make the ball from this cup disappear again and join those balls there. Now, so that is, now that you see the power of imagination, we can start to do things a bit more, we can start to do a bit more, my English is failing me. We can start to have a bit more ambition. There it is, I got there. We can start to have a bit more ambition. So what I'm not gonna ask you all to open your mics, but I want you all to try to participate in what I'm saying. Imagine this ball going, imagine this ball disappearing. So this is from where this cup is empty. Imagine this ball disappearing and going back to that cup. I want you all to imagine that. Imagine that ball disappearing. Good job. Okay, you've done the first part. The second half, imagine the ball reappearing underneath the cup. Okay, you guys are amazing. Okay, you can. So we know that this works. Let's do it again. This time, imagine that this ball is transferring from my hand to this cup and joining the ball that is there. All right, have you got it? You know what you have to do, okay? Imagine that that ball is vanishing. Very good, okay. And imagine that it's joining that cup there. Ready? Oh, what? It's only, oh, okay, came back here. You guys aren't focusing well enough. Again, imagine it going to that cup there, not back here. It's impressive still magic, but not back here. Imagine it, really imagine it going it there, okay? Imagine it going there, okay? Vanished. Let's see. Okay, it's not there. Very good. Okay, we've got it. Now let's try to do it. Let's try to bring it back there. Without words, can you do it? Brilliant. Okay, so now it's back there. Now let's take this one and make it join there. It's vanished. Is it there? No, it's not. It's there. Awesome. Okay, now we're going to use this one. We haven't used this one in a while. Imagine this one vanishing. Imagine this one vanishing. You got it? Good. Imagine it joining those balls there. Is that 3? Yes, that is. 1, 2, 3. You guys are amazing at this. Now, when I do this trick, a lot of people, it is a very good trick. It does manage to capture a lot of imaginations. But a lot of people still ask me how it's done, right? And while I like explaining how things work, I like teaching, I like giving people knowledge, I don't like holding secrets. It does take away a bit of the magic when I explain the trick is done. So what I started to do is try to keep that imagination alive, even when I explain the trick. And I'm gonna try that now. The way this trick works is with what is called a false transfer. It is a trick that a lot of magicians do a lot. And the idea is if you pretend to take the ball, you can make it vanish when in actuality, it's still in that hand there, right? The idea is you're pretending to take it, you're using just acting and using people's imaginations and attention to make it look like you're taking the ball. If you add a bit of flair to it, you can make it look like it's vanishing and you're putting it in your pocket, when in reality you can do whatever you want with it because it's still in your hand there. Now the thing I do to keep that imagination is deposit that ball very fairly in my pocket, right? It's there, nothing in my hands, and yet it still appears underneath that cup. 1, 2, 3 balls. Thank you very much. Now, when I do that, I quite like doing that. It's very fun. It explains the trick while also still having that wow moment, that moment of magic, that moment of childish wonder. A lot of people start to think, oh, okay, the trick is that there is an extra ball, right? That's the only explanation it could be, because I put the ball in there and suddenly it's there. It's not like it could teleport from the pocket to the cup in reality. So the only explanation is that there was an extra ball outside of those 3 balls there. And despite me being a magician, I don't like to lie. I think it's morally wrong to actively deceive someone into believing that you can do something that you actually can't. It's why when I give tarot readings, I say this is psychology. It's why when I do mind reading, I say this is a magic trick. I don't like lying to people. And they say, yes, there is an extra ball, because there is. There's an extra ball and it's underneath that cup. But there's something interesting about that extra ball. If you watch closely, there's something very, very fascinating about that extra ball, because all of that imagination we've been using, to perform these tricks sort of gets stored up in that extra ball, that one quote unquote real ball, the one that isn't part of the magic. And imagination sort of takes hold and makes it a lot larger than life. Thank you very much. That is how the magic trick works. It is an extra ball. It's just a lot bigger than people expect. Oh, one last thing. One last thing before the end of this. Uh, the the theme of this show, the theme of this event is Peter Pan. It is using your imagination. It is that sort of childish wonder of believing things are going to be all right. And I think the best example of that in Peter Pan is their use of the concept of time, because there are two concepts of time. There are two ways the concept of time is used in Peter Pan. One is in the idea of Neverland, right? Where if you land there and you just believe, then it doesn't matter how long you stay, you won't age, right? And it is that wonder of like preserving your childhood forever. The second way that time is used is in the idea of that crocodile that has the clock ticking and ticking in its stomach, and it's that sort of, it doesn't matter if it's Peter Pan or Captain Hook, that inevitable time sort of creeping up, and it's seen as that sort of that sad sort of inevitability. And Neverland is this idea of, if you could just freeze time, then everything will be all right, everything will be okay forever. Unfortunately, I am not a good enough magician to freeze time, but I can leave you with the memory of it, because in that last cup, you hear that? There's something there. It is time. Always ticking. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that show. That's it.
Jethro. Jethro,
Yeah, hi, hello.
my dude, that was. I've seen you perform a few times now, and every single time my brain still goes,
Thank you, thank you. I'm so very glad I could do that.
yeah, it's seamless, it's magic.
Thank you, thank you. That's what I aim for.
Okay, so you're 19.
Mm-hmm.
When did you start? Okay, actually, this is two questions. When did you start practicing magic? But also, when did you discover you had an affinity for it?
I started I've always had like a sort of, I've always liked magic, right? I could go whenever I went to magic shows and stuff. I was very much one of those people that reacted really strongly. I've always had an appreciation for it, and my brother did magic for a bit, like on and off for a while. But my first sort of serious like attempt at magic, like a full show, was probably last year October. It was like we had an assignment at school where we had to give like a report. We had to give, the classic read off of a thing, but the challenge of the professor was that you can't do it normally. You can't just read off of a PowerPoint. And a lot of people tried a lot of different things. You had people singing it, you had people making games out of it. And I wanted to try something different. It's like, screw it, I'll try magic. And in comparison to what I can do today, it was very bad, right? Like if now me watched past me, my face would be in my hands. But there was something really amazing about just seeing people's shocked faces and having people pay that much attention to what is essentially a couple of cheap tricks. And I really enjoyed that feeling. I really enjoyed that feeling of giving people that wonder. So I started doing it more and more and more. The moment I realized I had an affinity for it, I don't remember which show it was, but it was a show at Jess and Pat's. It had Sky, it had a bunch of people there. I think Ray was there as well. And what I did was I predicted what word out of a book they would pick. Like I had them choose any book. I had them choose a page randomly. I had them choose a word randomly, and I knew what word they would pick. And that moment of like everyone just freaked the fuck out when it worked. And that's the moment when I was like, Okay, yeah, no, I'm okay at this. I think I'm gonna keep doing this.
Yes, it's always nice when that first moment of, you know, when you do something for the first time or when you're trying out a new passion and saying, hey, I like this.
Yeah,
It
it's
works.
very nice.
Yeah, that's just incredible. But I mean, I have to ask, have you ever tried writing poetry?
Oh, yeah, actually. Yeah, I have. Not, I don't think it's great, and I don't know if I still have it in my Google Docs somewhere, but I have tried poetry.
Interesting. But magic can also be a form of poetry, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Something I quite like doing is trying to weave a story around the magic tricks. It's like having that sort of that flow, like poetry has. It's having beats and having themes and having nice words to go along with it.
Yeah, I agree completely. Um, so do you have any do you have a YouTube channel yet? Do you have any social media pages you want to promote?
Uh, I don't have a YouTube channel yet, although I've been told that I should get on that.
Yes.
I do have social media. I have a Twitter, a Facebook, and a Instagram. On Facebook, you can find me as Jethro Poralan. The profile picture is very distinctive. You won't miss it. It's me with a bunch of holding a bunch of cards in multiple arms. It's kind of hard to miss. Uh, and for my Twitter and my Instagram, I am Runaway Red String or Red String Magic. Either will pop up the name.
Yes, that profile photo of yours is also art in itself.
Thank you, thank you. I that was my first foray into Photoshop, so I don't actually
Oh,
know
really?
how it holds up. Yeah, it's
Wow.
just it was the Photoshop itself wasn't that difficult. It's like 15 minutes of YouTubing the actual, the process. The difficult bit was like getting all of the exposure effects because it's me standing with a lot of arms, right? So I had to take a picture with my arms like this, and then arms like this, and then arms like this, and then sort of edit that all together. And as every day in the Philippines it was a very hot day, and I was wearing the entire outfit, so I was
Yes.
just like sweating.
Oh
It
dear.
was a tough day.
Yeah, but it turned out really well. It did. Thank you for sharing your magic with us, Jethro.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm fairly sure I will see you again on the show. Thank you, thank you. Have a good rest of your evening. Stay safe, please.
Thank you. Same to all of you.
Listen
Have a
good.
wonderful evening.
Yes,
Bye.
you too. Okay, that was Jethro Paralan from the Philippines. And just magic, because tonight we are talking about I'm Peter Pan, celebrating the little child in all of us. And I mean, magic, guys. Always so fun. Now, from the Philippines, we are going to fly all the way to Georgia in the United States. This next artist is somebody I'm really excited about. She's a singer, lyricist, pianist, engineer, and producer from Athens, Georgia. She actually just released a new single that's out on multiple digital streaming platforms, which I will ask her about in a moment. I give you Miss Tony. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Hey, welcome.
Hello. How are
Thank
you?
Thanks, I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. I'm a little nervous because my subject matter is a little heavy, but I feel like it's necessary.
Okay. All right, deep breaths. The stage is yours.
Okay, can you still see me? Where did it go?
Oh, where did it go?
I don't know if I can do both at the same time. Will it let me? Okay, here I go. Okay.
All right. There you go.
All right, cool. So I am from Georgia. I am currently living in Maryland, right outside of Washington, D.C. And I went to school here when I was younger. I went to Howard University, which is an HBCU, a historically Black college university. And right now in the U.S., it's really heavy. Like, if you guys know what an empath is, I am an empath. I feel a lot of things, and whether I'm interacting with people or not, the climate of the world affects me. Like, I go through a lot of anxiety. I feel a lot of what's going on. So things get really heavy for me really quickly, even if I don't intend for that to happen. But right now, if you guys have been watching the news in the US, I don't know if it's being publicized outside of the US, but there have been a lot of cases of police brutality. I mean, that's been the case since I was younger, but now it's actually being publicized. And the latest case was that of George Floyd. And it is very traumatizing to grow up Black in a country that is like the US, that benefited off of enslaving people that look like you, and can't seem to really tear their societal norms from that structure. When I was growing up as a child, like, there were people who wouldn't play with me because I was Black. I went to a few predominantly white schools. And of course you can't generalize any race of people. So of course I had friends that were white. And then I had people that were, and it was interesting because I still call these people friends. I had people who didn't want to associate with me because of the color of my skin. So I never held hate in my heart, but I learned how to put up certain walls. And I learned how to deal with the trauma of not being accepted in a certain way. So my poems are about that journey. Not specifically my journey, but the journey of a Black person in the United States growing up. So I'm gonna start from, I have a few poems. I'm gonna start from the beginning, childbirth, and then go through what the stages are. Yeah, okay. So the first poem is called Sons. I wonder if exercises like this make childbirth easier. Pushing out the innards of your core to watch your creation spill out into a world that loves or kills it at whim, with no probable cause, just because spilling blood is what you have ovaries for. I wonder if it ever gets more purposeful, less painful, or if they're the same thing, or no thing at all. And I just spat out my firstborn to Pharaoh for the masochistic hell of it. So these are really short poems. I wrote these 4 years ago, but they're ideas. So that first was about childbirth. The second is about learning how to be Black. All right, so it's called How. No one told me how to be Black. Don't start now. I just fell out the womb, dark around the lip and getting darker as Black babies do. No one told me how to love Black. I just do. Every morsel of chocolate I guard up like this Western sun's aiming to melt me from the inside. No one told me how, no one should, and quite frankly, no one can. All right, so the next one is called Rebranding. And this stage is about finally finding or starting to figure out that the labels that people put on you are not you. So rebranding yourself to who you want to be. Right, rebranding. The words hurt, but you sing so pretty, America. Like praise and worship, a lullaby to open my soul, right before tithes and offering. Numb, docile, damn near forgot who I was coming here. All right. The next one is called Race. So I think there is a time when, and if you can't relate to the struggle of being Black because you are not Black, we all go through struggles. So there is a point at which you grow up, you realize, hey, the labels people put on me aren't me. And then you try to find your place in society. Okay, so that's not me. This is me. Where do I fit? And I think for people of color, specifically in America, what happens, because this is a capitalistic society, is we're trying to figure out, okay, how do we measure up? So that measuring up phase is called Race. This poem is called Race. We race just to be, and still, with all this running, your souls have gained less muscle than your guns. Purest of lilies, don't bask too long. Get burned, trampled by races running together. All right. And now the last one. I think this comes from a more universal perspective. Trying to get out of the trauma and move to a more spiritual place. So this is the last stage. It's called Equals. Peace comes from a good war, and war from too much peace. We exist as if we crave them both, as if they both reside in the hollows of our spirits as equals. Twin angels at the gates of our universe with daggers for love. All right, so that is the end of my poetry segment. But it's funny, when Indigo asked me to do this, I'm actually a musician. I started writing poetry first though. I wrote poetry and then did songwriting. And it turned into a full music thing. So this next segment is going to be music. And so this song is an original song. It's called I Am. And I think I'm going to do it without my little drum track. But what it's about, I think this kind of ties it all together, because you never want to lose that innocence that you had as a child, no matter what you went through, no matter what traumas we go through. If we can recapture that spark, I feel like that is what we spend our adulthood doing, is trying to get back there. And for me, what I've found out is that the way to do that is to just be you. Be unapologetically you. So this song is called I Am. And the chorus, if you guys can't understand what I'm saying at some point, this is the part that I definitely want you to hold on to. The chorus goes, I am that I am. Being is enough, and I am that I am. Cool. So much in me that I'm almost to glad. I'm feeling a little bit more, a little bit. Black clouds on top of my head, don't mind. Universe did it, oh universe did me. So much in me that I'm almost to fly. I'm feeling a little bit more, a little bit. Black clouds on top of my head, don't mind. Universe did it, oh universe did me. I feel so tall, so up power. I chase nothing but the all goes running, running. So grounded, I think that I'm flying around. So I bet I'm multiplying myself. Fears like this useless church is truthless when compared to my bros. This how it goes. They are the waves, break, but I am the water. They dig a grave, say, but don't know the bother. He is what he is. I am that I am. You stress about it, I'm chilling. You hustling and I'm living. I am that I am. Beginnings enough, and I am that I am. I am. I am that I am. Beginnings enough, and I am that I am. I am that I am. Beginnings enough, and I am that I am. I am. I am that I am. Beginnings enough. She sold the gold 1,000,000 times before, for less I've seen her. He's been a slave to slaves by choice. He's bowing down to appease her. How long will they chew on that apple? Under Eve on the poison like Adam. And weaker they grow. Chasing the money cause that's all they know. I don't provide with energies right unless they are right. When Monday align, I won't ride the kite to the universe, slipping into a hearse with unintelligent beings. Pleasure no grimy allegiance. Value in me, I am seeing. I mastered breathing. I have a right to be leading a life of my own. You can't tell me no. I'm too dope. Been in a God zone, a different time zone, another space, whoa, another place. Governed by angels and demons, and even they flee when they see me. Who am I to be black and bold and beautiful? Who are you not to be you? No, 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 no. Don't go, don't stray, up before this Babylon. So much of me that I'm almost alive. I'm feeling a little bit more, a little bit. Black clouds on top of my head, don't mind. Universe in it, oh universe in it. So much in me that I'm almost to glide. I'm feeling a little bit more, a little bit. Black clouds on top of my head, don't mind. Universe in it, oh universe in it. Thank you guys. Thank you, Indigo.
Hey, Miss Tony. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
That was such a lovely. I love how you transitioned through childhood and stages of growing up, university, and then your song too. How long have you been writing? Okay, what came first, songwriting or writing poems?
I'm a writer. I feel like writing poems first, because it wasn't music at first. So it was just writing. And things for me, I've always really liked words. Like as a kid, I used to, when we would go places, I would read the street signs, and then I would like switch the letters and the words and make new words as we were writing. So I would say poetry first, because I feel like poetry is kind of like a language. Like it's how you see the world, but it comes out in your language. So I think I developed that first. And that was me developing my voice. And then I remember when I started songwriting, it was at 11. I was 11. And I think the first song I wrote was for a school project, and it was about Aries, Mars. I don't know why we were talking about that in like 5th, 6th grade, but yeah.
I mean, Greek mythology is fun though.
Mhm.
Greek mythology, Roman mythology, all of that. But then you evolved into songwriting, and now, if I'm not mistaken, you have a song out on Spotify and Apple Music and all of that.
I do. It's called Love Me. And it's the first track that I really felt comfortable putting out, just because the quality was what I wanted. But the music video is coming out June 1st, and I shot it myself, and the feature on the project, on the song, shot it in our rooms. So I'm doing all the editing, and it is a very DIY project, but it has a very deep meaning for me, because it's called Love Me. It's about asking for kind of like the world to love you, and then for a partner to love you, and then realizing you should love you first. So yeah.
I've heard it, as you know, and it's a lovely, lovely song. Congratulations on putting that out
Thank
there.
you.
It's lovely. Lovely, love me. Um, what time is it for you?
It is 9:22 a.m.
Well, good morning, ma'am, Miss Ma'am.
Good
Thank you for
morning.
spending some of your morning with us. So,
Yeah.
other than Love Me out everywhere, you have Facebook, YouTube. You have anything else you want to promote? Well,
I do. So this is not, well, it's kind of related with the child theme. I'm a teacher. So since the pandemic started, and to be specific, I am a teacher that teaches through nonprofits. I don't have my teaching degree. My degree is in music, but I've been teaching since 16. So I that was always something that was not really even in the background. Like I love teaching. So since the pandemic started, I actually am now jobless, because the way nonprofits work, they pay you if you're there. It's independent contractor work. So if you're not there, which we're not because schools are out, then there is no income.
Yeah.
So I thought about the fact that I'm probably not supposed to be a job person anyway, because I'm a complete artist. So I do have a business too. And I'm more of an entrepreneur than a job person. And my business specializes in education and entrepreneurship solutions. And I created this program for kids called Homeschool and Hustle, which allows them to learn academics and entrepreneurship. And so the first grade module is finished, complete. And it is available for everyone because I am raising money to provide it for free. And my plan is, I don't know if you guys have heard of Patreon, but artists, people who want to take poetry into a space where that's all they're doing, Patreon is really great because it allows you to get monthly contributors. So if you want to, get like 500 a month or this amount of money a month and support yourself doing your artwork, you can through that. And so I've set up a Patreon to raise $1,300 US a month to cover my living expenses so I can pour myself completely into the business and my music. So that is my other promotional thing. And if you want to follow me or my business on Instagram, my artist page is Hey Toni, HEYYYTONI. And then the business page is Prodigy of America, PRODIGY of America.
Toni, thank you so much for getting up early and stretching your vocal cords this early in the morning. Thank you for sharing your wonderful poems with us. Also, your initiative sounds wonderful, and I wish you all the best. And I hope that you return in the future to the show and share more of your more of your heart and your work.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me too.
Of course. Have a great rest of your day.
Okay, you too.
Stay safe.
I'll be here.
Bye. All right, that was Miss Toni from Georgia. Again, you can stream Love Me on all digital platforms. And if you want to find her, that's Hey Toni, Hey with 3 Y's, Toni, TONI on Instagram. I'm excited for the next artist. I'm sorry, I'm an excitable person. But if we're talking about Peter Pan and your inner child, this next artist is probably one of the foremost people you want to be talking to. She's not a child. She's 22 years old, but she's just so full of wonderment and her own brand of magic. But I'm going to let you guys experience her yourselves. She's a writer and poet based in Manila, in the Philippines, and currently, she works as a BPO employee in order to because she is. I'm sorry, I love this person so much. I'm so excited. She's also working on exploring boundaries after boundaries for her art form. Her pieces are focused on real life experiences and feelings that she has towards the people around her. It's my great, great, great joy to introduce to everybody back on Read Poetry, the lovely, beautiful, talented MJ Javilon.
Hi!
Hi! Welcome back.
Yay! I'm back. I mean, it's been a while. I think I was here for like the second or third show for Read Poetry. Yeah, and then now I'm back.
Finally.
What's up, yo?
All right, Miss Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Oh, yes. Okay, so I'm actually going to be performing 3 pieces for you tonight. I'm actually going to be mixing it with a little bit of reality, a little bit of fantasy, and everything in between. I mean, we are talking about Peter Pan right now, and we all know who Peter Pan is. He's a hero for a lot of lost boys and girls. But let's take a look at it in a different manner. So, my first piece is actually titled Ikaw ang aking tula. This is for poetry. So, this is it. Sa'yo, nahanap ko bigla ang ibig sabihin ng pahinga, ang paghinga. Natuto akong sayawan ng ritmong naghahanap ng kadugtong. Nakilala kita sa kalagitnaan ng isang hindi matapos-tapos na tula. Hinila mo ako gamit ang iyong mga salita. Natunaw ang malamig na kadenang gumapos sa pusong pilit na itinatago mula sa sakit, sa pag-ibig na wala naman palang halaga, sa mga inasahang himala na inakalang magsasalba. Nag-iiba ang hugis ng buwan tuwing ito'y aking nasisilayan, minsan bilog, kadalasan ang silweta ng iyong anyo. Nagmistulang pangalan mo ang naging liriko ng bawat paghuni ng mga ibon. Sa aking dibdib, sing payapa ng ilog kapag ikaw ang nilalaman. Ikaw, yung hinahanap na hinagpis ng aking mga salita, kasi sulit ang bawat hiwang iniiwang nakatiwangwang sa aking gitna. Ikaw, ang bahagharing walang mintis sa pag-iiwan ng mga ngiti at luha sa aking mga mata. Ngunit hindi ka totoo, pagkat isa ka lamang tula. Isang bituing hinihilingan sa kalawakan. Isang hiling na nais matupad. Isang pag-ibig na siguradong hindi magwawakas. Ang takbuhan sa kalangitan ng pait. Isang berso sa kawalan na malilimutan ko rin. So, ayun, yun yung una kong tula for ngayon. Yun, it's titled Ikaw ang aking tula. I was writing about this kasi I was thinking about what poetry is for me because I actually have it in my wall. I just don't know where. But I was able to read it. It says, "What is poetry?" So yeah. And then the next piece I have is actually already a piece that I've performed once or twice before. So this is called The Age of Consciousness. And this is how it goes. I want you to know that what lies in this piece is everything I remembered learning while trying to be someone I thought I could be and pushing off the truth aside because apparently one of the things that are stapled in my thoughts is the fact that the world needs not you to be honest for them because at the end of the day they are all just passersby in your world where you ought to be honest to yourself. I've read several books in my 22 years of life. There's a story about a twisted, egotistical bunny who thought he was better than everyone else only to have his ego stomped by a faithful little tortoise. Moving on to story number 2, where a deeply disturbed wolf dressed himself in sheep's wool, thinking that just because he got away once or twice, he could keep making everyone around him spin at the tip of his paws. No, I'm not standing here to tell you bedtime stories of fables with moral lessons. I'm trying to make you understand that these are the same lectures I got when I opted myself to be naive in this world. I thought I was great. I looked at myself as if I deserved everything I had felt and felt pretty entitled to everything I couldn't reach. I was a wolf prowling the night looking for people gullible enough to believe the words that escaped my godforsaken mouth. I was as cold as the evil queen who felt greedy enough to take everything that isn't hers without regard for the others suffering around her and thinks that murder is not even the end of the line to get all the things that should be mine. Growing up, I was always that nice little girl whose hobby was to eat, to watch daytime television, to go to school, learn, live like the little princess I was expected to be. But that's just isn't who I was. You see, I was cunning. I was different. At the age of 9, I learned to twist my tongue and let my siblings take the blame for something I clearly did. At the age of 12, my colors bled through the walls. At the age of 14, well, my cover was blown. Not to everyone, but to people that mattered. And that story ends there because it doesn't end well. Most of the details right after that were quite a blur. I made mistakes and cover-ups that I will be bringing down to my grave. Consider this block of years my lost ones. Years I will always try to cover up while I sober up to what reality really was. While figuring out that I could write to ease these misguided feelings I have, yet use them to hide behind the stories of love that never seemed to even be valid. At 17, I was struck by the hands of the clock, forcing me to grow up and grow out of being that person I was. At 18, I threw myself away. At 19, I stopped.
moving, trying, understanding. I lost the game I didn't want to play. At 20, I wanted to fix myself. I read more books, wrote more of my feelings, allowed myself to be someone, not just a carcass of a broken heart, and finally, at 21, where I am brought to extremes with realizations that I'm not getting any younger, nor are the people I care for. At 21, I started pouring my feelings on a clogged drainage system and then exploded. The ammunition of having that disdain taste in my mouth was brutal, but I'm still fighting. Somehow, at 22, I realized something else. The explosion ended me in ways I wish it didn't. But I died, and revival was far off. This poem wasn't this way the first time. I was filled with hope. My literature caressed me to sleep, to wake to a nightmare, a never ending nightmare of missing someone, something, but I want to sleep further, farther, maybe until I learn to believe again. So that was the second one. It's called The Age of Consciousness. So it was actually me um, through growing up, finding ways or finding reasons to keep believing, and then until it's hard. Okay. So the last one that I wrote is actually um usually when I write to Peter Pan, like open letters to Peter Pan, it's usually about something that you can never come back from. Like, let's say dying. I used to have these episodes where I wrote to Peter Pan at him being deaf. But I feel like this one is different. I actually wrote this just a while ago. It's called Someday Neverland. So here it goes. Dear you, I've been stuck. Even finding the right words to place under this piece has flown away without warnings of return. Dear you, I've been going around the tiny city I built in my bedroom floor, hoping to find the point where I stopped creating, building, or breathing life. Dear you, it's been a while. I've been silent, and so have you. I placed myself on the tip of my bed, hoping to place my heart close to where my knees bend at night. Maybe it will find some sort of affirmation, one you can never find in normal circumstances. But like sitting by my window, waiting for Don Quixote, there was nothing. Mind you, this isn't sadness. I'm just wondering why all of a sudden everything felt like nothing. Dear you, I've been swimming around happy versions of myself, trying to see which one is real, which one is a dream, or which one is a future smile I will never see. Dear you, I swore that anything stupid will be out of my head, but I'm sorry. Last night I saw myself flying on an endless sky, seizing any ideas of growing up. But I stopped. I thought about how happy Wendy was staying. My feather wings won't hold me for long, so I must stay. Dear Peter Pan, this isn't goodbye. After every bright moonlight comes a brighter sunlight. The desolation does not last for long. Someone else will come in the place of mine as I succumb to the call of time. Maybe someday in Neverland, but not today. Sincerely yours, the faded and unfinished. Okay, so there you go. That was my last piece. So again, it's an open letter to something, someone, I'm not sure, but I feel like it's a statement that I still am trying to figure out. So yeah.
MJ, every single time you are on the show or I get to watch you anywhere, my heart immediately fills by 10,000.
That is I don't think I do that on purpose though.
I mean, that's even better. That's your natural magic. You just go around pumping love into people. and inspiration. How have you been?
I'm doing okay, actually. The quarantine is kind of dragging, but I am already planning to go back to work. I am going back to work this Monday. Trying to see if ever it would be easy, because I'm pretty sure if ever someone does cough on my face, I will definitely run the other way. I will run back home.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't gone out of your house since this whole thing started either, right?
No, I haven't. Well, I
Mhm.
have gone like outside or in the market, but those are like walking distance places, so
And
nothing far.
the
Yeah,
essential
essential
thing.
places. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm familiar enough with you to know that you have wanderlust. You have traveling feet, so this must be driving you nuts.
It is. Like, I am imagining myself back outside in the outside world and gigs with people, with lots of people that, just chilling or watching other people or meeting new people. And this quarantine, yes, I'm able to meet people, but the interaction is different. There is
Yeah,
interaction, but it's different.
yeah,
You know,
it's extreme.
you're not going to be able to read body language like this because you only see this part. You read facial expressions. You're not able to see how they do this with their hands, or how they do this, or how they walk.
Or how their wrists twist when they take a breath.
Uh,
Um,
mm, um.
but I'm glad you've been keeping safe and you've been writing. That last
Yes.
piece you just wrote earlier,
I wrote that actually around, the show was actually already starting when I wrote it.
ma'am, your skills are unmatched. Just
Yes,
lovely.
I learned
I
from the best.
always I know, so did I. I love that your affinity with Peter Pan is stronger than mine. I love the movie and I grew up with it, but Peter Pan is like it's so deep in you.
Yes. When I was younger, I actually haven't watched Peter Pan as an adult.
Mm,
I haven't.
yeah.
But I do remember when I was a kid, I used to watch it a lot with my aunt. Like, I would stay up in her room. We would watch Peter Pan, Harry Potter, anything that is magical. And it actually does open my mind with a lot of things. So I actually have a connection with Harry Potter and Peter Pan as a kid. And with Peter Pan, it's like, it's not the idea of you never growing up, but it's the idea of believing in something, at least, at the very best. Because if you don't believe in anything, then why are you even breathing?
That sounds like someone I know. Yes, you're absolutely right. Down to the phrasing of that. So I'm not gonna keep you for much longer because you're going back to work and you're thinking of what. Are you on Facebook? Are you on Instagram? Do you have anything to promote?
Yes, actually. So in Facebook and Instagram, you can just search me by my pen name. That would be the Mid Morning Quietus. I'll go ahead and link it down below in the comment section, because it's kind of, I don't know, whenever I say the Mid Morning Quietus, it's like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
So I would be linking it down below, so it will be easier for you guys to find me. So that's for Instagram and Instagram and Facebook. And I do have a YouTube channel that is currently at works. I am posting some poetry there as well, and that would be Miss Quietos. So I shorten it a bit. Hopefully you'll get it, but of course I'll link it down below as well.
All right, thank you, MJ. Anytime you are on the show, anytime you are performing anywhere, it's a gift and a privilege to the rest of us.
Thank you very much. And performing here is a great privilege. I love the
Have a great
stage.
have a great rest of your evening. Be safe.
See ya. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
That was the effervescent MJ Chambalan from the Philippines. Um, and now from the Philippines, we're gonna fly to Australia. I'm not even gonna pretend, you guys. I am so excited for our next artist. He is um, one of my favorite people on planet Earth. He is a father, a grandfather, and a weaver of stories through his lyrics and music. He's a multi-talented original Filipino music icon, activist, producer, teacher, photographer, TV personality, writer, newspaper columnist, blogger, but he's best known as one third of the iconic group, the Apo Hiking Society. Aside from the Philippines, he also calls Australia home, and that's currently where he is right now. Read poetry, I give you the incomparable Jim Paredes. Hi, Tito Jim.
Hello. It's
Hi,
very
thank you
cold
so
here, so
much. Thank
and it's
you for
very
joining
late,
us.
so yeah.
All right, the stage is
Okay.
yours. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. The theme Peter Pan has always fascinated me. I knew Peter Pan as a kid, and I'm an old guy, you know. And Peter Pan is about more than 100 years old now. When my kids were growing up, Peter Pan was one of the books that I read and reread and reread to each of my kids. And they even made costumes about Peter Pan. He was the spirit of youth, the spirit of creativity, the spirit of imagination, the spirit of whatever you wanted to do. That was Peter Pan. And I think I think every artist is in a way Peter Pan because you're you're flying, you're off to some sort of adventure, be it emotional, intellectual, whatever it is. And that's really the spirit of it, you know. You go in and out of things, and go on. So um today I'd like to talk about two songs that I made. One is called Bawat Bata. Bawat Bata is a translation of a famous Japanese song, actually, which was called Every Child Has a Beautiful Name, and written by Japanese and sung by Japanese in English. And the story of this was um, the manager of a very famous group in Japan then, uh, Godaigo, that's the name of the group, Godaigo. They recorded Every Child Has a Beautiful Name, but he called the Apo and he said, we can't release this song in the US because the English of the Japanese singers is just no one understands it. So they asked us to record it in English, and I said I'd be willing to do that if you give me permission to translate it to Tagalog. So he said yes, and when we released it here, it became an instant hit. And it goes actually, it says, Bawat bata sa ating mundo ay may pangalan, may karapatan. Tumatanda ngunit bata pa rin ang bawat tao sa ating mundo. Hayaan mong maglaro ang bata sa araw. Kapag umulan naman, magtatampisaw. Mahirap man o may kaya, maputi kayo manggi, at kahit anong uri ka pa, sa iyong mundo pagbata ka. Bawat bata sa ating mundo ay may pangalan, may karapatan. Ang bawat bata ay may pangalan, may karapatan sa ating mundo. Kaya pagbigyan sila ng pagmamahal. Katulad ng sinadya ng may kapal. Mahirap man o may kaya, maputi kayo manggi, at kahit anong uri ka pa. Sa iyo ang mundo kapag bata ka. Sa iyo ang mundo kapag bata ka. Sa iyo ang mundo kapag bata ka. That's the first. And then I wrote another song when my eldest, what do you call this? She was born in 1979. And when I wrote this song, I'm not kidding, I went straight to the piano, and with lyrics and melody, it just flowed. I was creating it faster than I could write it down. And I think the reason for that was ever since conception of my eldest, I had already started, marinating on the theme. I call that marinating kasi talagang dapat babad na babad ka dun sa topic mo para talagang yung passion mo akma, di ba? Yung consciousness mo nakatutok doon, and you know, when things are like that, you're just picking things up from the air, and it's really like jazz, it's really like magic, and you're just really making all of this stuff from out of nowhere. You all of a sudden you're behaving like the greatest creator of all time, you know, and you realize you do have that DNA of the greatest creator. That's why there are moments when you can really just pull things out of thin air, no? And that's how I wrote Batang Bata Ka Pa. I want to recite it first before I sing it. Actually, if you go by rhyme and if you go by meter and all of that, this is the most unusual spread, no? So it goes, Batang Bata ka pa at marami ka pang kailangan malaman at intindihin sa mundo. Yan ang totoo. Nagkakamali ka kung akala mo na nagkakamali ka kung akala mo na, gosh, I can't remember it if I don't sing it. Nagkakamali ka kung ang buhay, nagkakamali ka kung akala mo na ang buhay ay isang mumunting paraiso lamang. Buhay ay di ganyan. Batang-bata ka lang at akala mo na alam mo na ang lahat na kailangan malaman. Tanggapin mo na lang ang katotohanan na ikaw ay isang musmus lang na wala pang alam. Makinig ka na lang. Makinig ka na lang. Then a chorus sort of answers. No? Parang, when I was doing it, I did not know who this chorus was, but I think it's almost like a child philosophizing, or probably another sympathetic adult talking to the child when it says, ganyan talaga ang buhay. Lagi kang nasasabihan kapag ikaw ay bata at wala kang nalalaman. Makinig ka sa aking payo pagkat musmus ka lamang. At malaman ng maaga ang mali sa katotohanan. And then it goes to the persona changes. If the father spoke on the first part of the song, it is the son now speaking. And he goes, batang-bata ako, nalalaman ko to. Ngunit, gosh, nalalaman ko to. Inaamin ko rin na kulang ang aking nalalaman. Naunawaan. Ngunit kahit ganyan ang kinalalagyan, alam ko na may karapatan ng bawat nilalang. Nais ko sanang malaman ang mali sa katotohanan. Sariling pagraranas ang aking pamamagitan. Imulat ang isipan sa mga kulay ng buhay. Maging tunay na malaya sa katangi-tanging bata. And then, they answer, batang-bata ka pa at marami ka pang nalalaman sa mundo. Marami ka pang hindi nalalaman sa mundo. Sagot yung bata, batang-bata ako, nalalaman ko to, ngunit, gosh, I can't remember unless I'm singing. But it basically, that's the structure of the poem. I've actually written 4 books, no, on the topic of Zen, and they're not books that explain what Zen is. They're books that manifest what Zen is through my own experience, and that's when I really felt that I could write poetry without music. And I wrote some poems there, but I don't have the book here, so I can't read it. But I would like to sing this song to you. Now, let me just get my guitar. Actually, I wanted to do another song, but it has nothing to do with Peter Pan and or child. But maybe if you invite me again, I'll do it. It's called Bago. But anyway, this is the batang bata bata ka pa at marami ka pang kailangan malaman at intindihin sa mundo. Yan ang totoo. Nagkakamali ka kung akala mo na ang buhay ay isang mumunting paraiso lamang. Batang-bata ka lang at akala mo na alam mo na ang lahat na kailangan mo malaman. Buhay ay di ganyan. Tanggapin mo na lang ang katotohanan na ikaw ay isang musmus lang na wala kang alam. Makinig ka na lang. Oh, makinig ka na lang. Alam mo, ganyan talaga ang buhay. Lagi kang nasasabihan pagkat ikaw ay bata at wala pang nalalaman. Makinig ka sa aking payo pagkat puspos ka lamang. Malaman ng maaga ang wasto sa kamali. And then, after the kid listens, he has something to say to dad. Batang-bata ko, nalalaman ko to. Inaamin ko rin na kulang ng aking nalalaman at nauunawaan. Ngunit kahit ganyan ang kinalalagyan, alam ko na may karapatan ang bawat nilalang. Kahit bata pa man, oh, kahit bata pa man. Nais ko sanang malaman ang mali sa katotohanan, sariling pagraranas ang aking pamamagitan, imulat ang isipan sa mga kulay ng buhay, pagtunay na malaya sa katangi-tanging bata. Batang-bata ka pa at marami ka pang kailangan malaman at intindihin sa mundo. Sanang malaman ang mali sa katotohanan. Batang-bata ka pa at marami ka pang kailangan malaman at intindihin. Sariling pagraranas ang aking pamamagitan. La 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 la. When you're writing a song, la 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 means and so on and so on. Basically, that's it. Yeah. And I'm a lover of poetry. I really love Pablo Neruda. I read a lot of Pablo Neruda now. When I was young, education then had a lot to do with reciting poetry. And one of the things that I love about it is that those poems really opened my eyes to the gift of words. And I've already told myself that when I die, I want that poem Crossing the Bar to be recited in my wake. I think it's by Tennyson. I'm not sure. I really want that. And I want all the poems that I've ever written in the 4 books that I've come up with to be read as well by friends and colleagues. Anyway, yeah, that's really all I have to say right now.
My heart, wait, I wasn't prepared. My heart, wait. First of all,
thank you.
I've been getting private messages of people at varying levels of freaking out people who know who you are from, from here, and our friends from abroad who are like, oh, this man's spirit is palpable. Um, wow, what a
Wow.
bright soul. And I'm just like,
Thank you.
yes, he is. Absolutely. First of all, thank you for making time for us. I know it's like 11 for you now in Australia.
Oh, when you're having fun, you don't count the hours, so that's okay.
Yeah,
This was a lot of fun.
I actually, honestly, whatever song that was that you wanted to perform, should have done it anyway because what we do here at We Poetry, I don't know at what point we started watching, but we do have a theme, but then sometimes when people have more of their art to share, we just, who are we to be like,
Yeah.
no, you only have to stay in this like box. But yeah,
Yeah.
for those watching, Batang Bata.
Actually,
Go ahead.
yeah, that other song was, I originally wrote it in English. It's called A New Thing in My Life in English. You know, it's and then I rewrote it in Tagalog. Gosh, maybe 30 years later, because I just really felt I had a different feeling uh, about those lyrics now at my age. I wanted to do it more locally, meaning to speak in Tagalog, you know. Although the English version wasn't bad, but I don't think I can even remember the English version now. But the Tagalog version is very powerful if you really listen to it. It's a midlife crisis song. It's like, when you reach a certain point in life and you say, you know, is this it? I made a bucket list and I did the bucket list, but is this it? There's a certain disappointment that you feel, but at the same time, there's a certain searching that you still want to do, So that was what's all about. I'll save it for another time.
Yeah, well, I did hear you saying, invite me on again, so we definitely will. But how did that feel actually? How did it feel? Because I know this is your first time to do, I think, jukebox poetry with one of your own songs. So how
Yeah.
does it feel to have the song spoken instead of?
It's it's a different feeling. It's a different feeling. Definitely, the music gives it a certain type of a level of appreciation. But I think the spoken word, as I was doing it a while ago, especially the first one, Bawat Bata, I really felt it was, when you recite poetry like that, it's like you're speaking to the void in the universe. It's like spoken word is so powerful, and you're releasing it out there, like caged birds, and all of a sudden they're making formations, for people to read and to listen to. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, you are. I think it's safe to say you enjoyed yourself. You look like you were
Yeah,
having
yeah.
fun. Although,
But it's a different type of enjoyment when you're doing art. It's a different type of enjoyment. I think it's like, it's not, you're not drinking Coke, you're drinking wine. If you know what I mean.
yes, I love that. That is a line that you should totally make a poem out of. I recommend it. You're not drinking Coke, you're drinking. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna quote you on that. So
Sure.
speaking of writing, other than your midlife crisis song, 'cause I know you were quarantined in 2 countries. I still read your blog.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, quarantine has actually opened unknown doors inside my mind, and inside my soul. It's like all of a sudden, when you're deprived of a lot of things, all of a sudden you begin to, look at the miracle of life through prison bars, and you still realize there's still miracles out there happening. Uh, I look at let's say, I'm in Australia now, and I look at my garden. It's the same garden I saw yesterday, and since since 10 years ago. But when all of a sudden you notice something because you're paying attention more, you notice a little flower that comes out there, and you really think, this garden will will bring out this flower whether I notice it or not,
Yes.
because that's the nature of that, and
Yes.
I think my duty is to keep the appointment with it.
Mm,
It was gonna
uh,
happen. It was scheduled to happen, and he kept his appointment, and I'm gonna keep my appointment by appreciating that. I think that's an artistic way of looking
yeah,
at things. Yeah.
that's a beautiful way of looking at it. I will keep my appointment with the basil plant outside in my garden. Actually, yeah. Um, but have you been able to 'cause, we're all socially distancing, but are you doing online classes at all? Because I know that you teach
Yeah.
also.
I'm planning to. I'm gonna announce very soon that I'm going to run a class on songwriting. You know, and it's gonna be just 15 students because it's gonna be a very active class. It's gonna be online, but it will really demand that you write one song a week.
Yeah, it's
You know,
like a master
this
class.
this is not. Yeah, I don't want to. It's not even a master class because I really believe that artists need. The first thing that you gotta do as an artist is to do artistic work. It's not to judge what you do, but to do artistic work. And I really believe that
Yes.
you cannot
Yes.
intellectualize your art. You have to do it. It's something you have to do. You know, that's why I
Absolutely.
believe one song a week, you got to do it. And as a songwriter who's been writing for so many years, I know that not all songs will be good, right? Once in a while, you stumble upon something that's really nice and people like it and everything. It becomes a hit and all of that, and that's great. But you cannot just sit there and say, today I'm going to write a hit, because it doesn't happen that way. You go by
Yeah.
quantity. God takes care of quality. In other words, what I want to say is you just have to keep on writing until you accidentally write the good one. And by writing more accidents happen. So the duty of an artist is to be accident prone, to writing good.
Yeah.
I know it's a
I,
strange way
I
to
feel
put
that.
it. Yeah.
I feel you on that
Yeah.
so much. But so there's that. But I'm actually really curious. Um, how's your photography?
Oh yeah, well, tomorrow we're going to some beautiful park, and I'm gonna be taking a lot of pictures there. So it's okay. Um, I haven't been very active for quite some time
Yeah.
because uh, because of the lockdown in Manila. But here we're actually free to go around, so I'm picking it up
Yeah.
again. And
I
one of these
remember
nights,
yeah,
yeah,
I remember you used to have classes for photography also.
yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll do some. Yeah.
yeah,
Um, I think the field has sort of changed with everybody holding a cell phone. I mean, I don't want to do a photography class with people having cell phones. I want them to have real cameras,
yeah. I
if you know what I
remember
mean.
you had I think you had like certain requirements or specifics or something for
Yeah,
your
you have
class.
to have a digital
Yeah,
camera or film
yeah,
camera, that kind of
yeah,
thing.
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but as you've been in the game for so long, and I mean not just music and photography, even poetry, but I wonder, like, because you were just talking earlier about how you have a song about a midlife crisis now, and you have a different view on Batang Bata Ka Pa now. But what is your view on how, I suppose, the art scene has changed now, poetry scene, especially with cell phones and the trend of poems and music, and I mean Filipinos are romantic, so we have a lot of the love songs and the heartbreak and the who what, and I'm just wondering
Yeah.
what your thoughts are on that.
Well, cell phones and all of that, they really, and I say this truly, they're really distractions for the most part. I mean, you do need a cell phone to call if you're lost and everything, but you know, virtual living is far second to real living. So as an artist, you really have to have an inner life, a life by yourself, where you you pursue your thoughts, you marinate on the topics that are important to you. The Tagalog word is nagmumuni-muni ka, no?
Yes.
If you can't do that, you can't have depth. You know, depth is really something that separates regular stuff from real stuff.
Yes.
So you have to be able to do that. And with the distractions now of video games and all of that, it's just taking you somewhere where you don't even exercise your mind. Would you believe? I'll make a confession here. I don't really enjoy
Mm.
music videos. I really enjoy listening to songs, but I'd rather have the video in my mind. I don't want to be dictated on
Mm.
what to imagine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
No.
makes sense.
So I'm very old-fashioned guy in that sense, because you can have a brilliant song, but a bad video will kill it. And you can have a
Yeah.
lousy song, and you put a girl in bikini there, and then all of a sudden it's viral. So it
Mm.
doesn't make sense. So I'm an old-fashioned guy in that sense.
Yes. Adorable. So adorable. So, you're there. Who's with you in Australia? Your son, right? It's because
My wife is here, my son, and my daughter. I have another daughter in Paris,
yes,
but she
at
can't
the
leave.
Erika.
Yeah.
Are they still on lockdown? Sila at Erika?
Lockdown, but it's gonna be lifted, I think, by Monday also. I mean,
Ah,
gradual lifting. I think some museums will open already by then, but you have to be
wow.
wearing a mask, that kind of
Mm,
thing.
yes. Well, I'm so glad that you found the time and that you came on and that you're with most of your family and that hopefully Ate Erika can join you soon. Oh, I realized if you're with Ate Ala, that means you're with the baby.
Yeah, but she has her own place. They just left. We had dinner here, and they just went home.
Cute.
So I
Absolutely
was
cute.
grandpa for over dinner.
I know, that's so cute. That's father, grandfather, OPM icon. Father, grandfather, and icon. But before I let you go, because I know it's late for you and you have other things to do, I have two last questions. The first one is, how did becoming a grandfather change your view on, your own childhood maybe and the little kid inside you? Because I know, based on your writing and the fact that your first album, Post Apple, was literally called Laro, that the little child inside of you is very much alive still. But
Yeah.
how did having Jamie, how did having your grandchild shift,
Well,
that
well, for
you?
one thing, I think when you have a child, you have a family, but when you have a grandchild, you have a line. you know,
Mm,
you have a
yeah.
line, ancestry coming out of you, and that is really the feeling is like you've impacted the world in some way, and you've passed on, uh, you know, you've raised someone with love, and that person that you raised with love has raised someone with love, and that has to be a good thing. And then when you look at your grandchild, it's really just all fascination, and it's all like you go back to that feeling of what it was like to do things for the first time, and you take joy in that as they just move around the garden, they're just watching birds and they're screaming and all of that. It brings back Peter Pan.
Yeah. Ay,
Yeah.
my heart warms. Yeah, I know. I enjoy all the posts when Ate Ella shares. Okay, and then
Mm.
my last question is actually a little less sentimental and a little more. I hope you had fun tonight,
I did. Yeah.
and I hope that means that you will come back.
Oh, sure, sure, sure. I wish I could talk live with people who are watching, that I
And you know
maybe
what?
someday.
Actually, Tito,
I we've been in quarantine for so long. It's really just nice to just reach out there and and just I don't
you
know,
know,
share yourself.
Tito, I don't know what point you started watching, but I did mention earlier that every Thursday Manila time, like 8 p.m. to like 3 or 4 in the morning even, we have something called
Okay.
Duyog. And it's an off-air, it's not streamed anywhere. It's an off-air online jam over Zoom. And that's exactly what it is. People come in from everywhere. The magician you saw earlier, he comes on
Uh-huh.
sometimes. We had somebody share his painting. We have singers and poets from all
Love that.
over.
Love that.
I'll send you the. I'll message you because we would love to have you.
Yeah.
From you.
Sure, I would love that. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's more. And
I just want to.
that's a
Yeah.
lot of people chattering and like sharing art and because we can't really drink, quote unquote during the quarantine. The
No.
secret is that in Tagalog it's ang shot dito sa duyog, singing. So when you take a shot,
Yeah.
quote unquote, in the circle, that's
That's
you
right.
sharing art.
Yeah.
Sound
Somebody
good?
just sent me a private message. Tony, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm honored. Yeah.
She's in the States. She's a musician.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm a musician too, so
Exactly.
yeah. That's great. Yeah.
I love that people just reaching out and connecting and I'm so happy. But yes,
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
message you privately about New York and about other things because we would love to have you back. And
Sure.
there are several things I need to talk to you about, but like presently because I'm really excited about how driven you are to share, and I'm gonna I'll tell you more about it when we connect. Tito Jim, thank you for your time. Thank you for your art. Thank you for your
My
heart,
pleasure.
and thank you for the warmth. Um,
Yep.
you are permeating light and healing to 4 countries tonight and whoever else is watching.
Thank you. Thank you.
Every single
I'm
time I see you
thrilled by that.
anywhere, it's your aura is just thank you. Please send my love to Lydia and Ate Ala and Yamyo and the baby.
Sure. Sure.
Um
Sure.
I actually ran into Ate Ala when you were here the last time in Regis, but like I had to run now. But yeah. We'll have you back soon. I will message you in the morning so you can rest. 'Cause I'm still gonna
Sure.
host.
Sure.
You can continue to
Okay.
watch. I sent you the link. We're on streaming on YouTube. And I will
Yes.
see
Yes.
you very
I
soon.
got it. I got it.
I will
Okay.
see you
I'll
very,
I'll
very
be
soon.
on. All right. Bye bye.
All
Thank
my
you,
love,
everyone.
girl. Night, Australia. Love you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Alright, that was Jim Paredes from the Philippines, currently in Australia with his lovely wife, Lydia, daughter Ala, son Neo, and other daughter Erica, currently in Paris, where she's a chef. I love this show. I love my job. And oh my god, the next artist, it's his first time on Read Poetry, but oh boy, you guys, like, tonight just gets better and better. Okay, so this next artist is from Twin City. He actually was able to come on the show through our lovely friend Riv Spivak. Poetry is a brand new journey for him, starting when he visited a poetry reading and was so incredibly moved by the openness of the sharing. He looks forward to exploring his own brand new journey with poetry. So, where it is currently quite morning for him, our friend John Lucas. John? John?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi!
Okay, and I can go on video, but it says wait for the host to, it says it's disabled by host.
Oh, really? That's weird. I'm sure our tech team will figure that out.
Okay.
That's weird. Okay. Really?
Now
There you
I'm
go.
on.
Hi!
Yeah. It's good to be here.
Thank you so much for waking up early and coming on. I know it's pretty morning for you guys.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
I'm really so thankful because anytime Rivki is on, anytime you are on, anywhere, you're just immediate, you know, healing and breathing, and your poems are so powerful. And I will stop talking for now so you can share it with everyone, and I will talk to you after. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Uh, so I'm brand new to poetry and even fiction writing in general. So I do a lot of nonfiction writing, and then I do a lot of writing in my career. But poetry, never thought that would ever happen. So I was really inspired the week before the pandemic really hit New York City and New York City shut down. I went to Bowery Poetry Club in New York City in the NoHo Arts District, and never been to a poetry reading, and was even actually nervous. It's like, this is not my corporate world that I'm used to. So it was really exciting, and it really inspired me. And then knowing Rivki really well, that inspired me and what she does in poems. So I said, okay, well, I don't know if I can write a poem unless I try. And so I actually started off with just a couple love poems, but then said, okay, so what would be, what's going on in my life that would be something that I can allow to come from deep in and write a poem on. And so ended up writing 2 poems that I'd like to share. And the first one is called General of My Soul. And then the one after that is called Masks. Both of them are, things in my own soul that I'm going through or in my journey. And a lot of it having to do with openness. And I think the poetry itself has allowed me to also become open. So, just really thankful for that. And so, I just hope there's a lot of poems still inside me that are going to come out like this. And I'm going to just open myself up to allow those poems to flow through. So it's very exciting. So this first one, General of My Soul, it's really about the 2 sides within all of us where, we just have these great ups often, and then could be the next day, next hour, sometimes the next minute, we just have these ebb and flows, and sometimes get into a really dark place. And it's a conflict inside of us. And when I wrote this, it was one of those weeks where I felt like I was really on top of the world, and then other moments just crashing down and almost to despair. And then how, I had to work through that, but hopefully that helps other people as well. So this is General of My Soul. 2 sides set for battle in an endless cycle of war. Whether 2 armies tenaciously skirming to expand its borders, or 2 political enemies campaigning with an onslaught of rhetoric, or mythical titans of unreal power seeking rulership of the cosmos. I understand these battles, but then why can I not understand the forces in me waging war on my inner peace? My soul says all is well. I am grounded and stable, I'm fortified. Then moments later, the chaos of my soul erupts with fury. I'm at peace. I'm in turmoil. For me to be even keel, steady, constantly journeying on smooth waters is but an envy that I possess as I watch other ships sail in the night, seemingly without effort. The general of my soul is weary, wanting to be consumed by the deepest crevasse of despair. I don't want the inner warring. It is time to surrender. But then something deep in the general is reminded to look at my past victories. It's easy to look at the temporary, what's here now. But we're designed to actually look at our past victories. Inner peace is challenged by life's distresses. Yet the general of my soul has renewed hope. These past victories are repeatable. The general questions, however, is this battle worth it? For this is such a grand battle. But this battle at hand is for the general's very soul, to be vulnerable, to remove mindset barriers, to forgive himself for mistakes and lost battles, battles that took innocent lives, to heal. For the general of my soul must not surrender. The general must prevail. The conflict is worthwhile. For now I understand the battle. The war being waged in my soul is about me being in a new place where I can truly be open, purely loving, flowing to all my relationships, inner peace and not turmoil. So that one was just a really waging a war. And even when, you know, you're going through commitment to be more open, you know, there's a war in being more open than what you are today. And this poem just really spoke that it's a war and it will be a roller coaster. There are days that you'll want to be closed up and you won't want to be vulnerable, but we have to work through that and allow ourselves to be open, allow ourselves to be vulnerable, and just allow that struggle. That struggle is going to take place. We have to allow our past victories to encourage us to go forward. So the next one is masks, and it's because the journey right now is really on openness. This is one that I wrote, you know, just seeing the pandemic and all these masks, and then just see, you know, there's a sea of people here in New York City that all have masks on, and then it just struck me, you know what, me and so many people before the pandemic, we have these inner masks that we wear, and it really inspired me in this journey I'm having on openness, and so I want to read masks. Why are we a society of masks? Why do we always wear masks that obscure who we are? Am I not more comfortable wearing masks? And it's wearing, I don't have to experience the vulnerability of openness. I hid my face today to the world, but what is the barrier that makes me want to hide my heart? Is it not fear of rejection from those who I wish I could tell who I really am? Is it not the fear of others' criticisms of my heart's core? Why mask my insecurities, my struggles, my hurts? My mask caused me to shut down and shut off the dam's flows that provides outlets of life. It creates a stagnated waters within me and puts ever-mounting pressure on the walls of my heart. These masks don't just hide the joy I shine to others, they create barriers for others to penetrate my heart, opening the valve spot wide. It shuts them off from flowing into my life. To remove the mask of my soul is to allow its visibility. I risk others seeing my daily struggles. Should I risk it? Should I allow openness to remove my mask and reveal my countenance? Of the masks I have put on, they don't truly protect me. They never protect me. Instead, they quarantine me. They quarantine me from true life's flow between me and the ones I desire to love. My choice is to leave the life of quarantine so that my heart will no longer be shut in. My choice is to allow openness to be a revelation to others of who I am. In doing so, I know I can mingle my life spices with the people I love, and in turn, blend us together in a flavorful recipe of fullness into a commingled soul of life's pleasant aromas. It is transparency. It is the unveiling of my heart, who I am, my vulnerabilities, that ultimately allow closeness. It joins us. The closeness makes us one. So, is it worth removing our masks and risking the exposure? Because there's so much risk. So much risk. Is it really worth doing? I say yes, because whatever the consequences, my life without masks on is a life with transparent, open relationships. A life that brings the ones who I love into intimacy I've never known, and they have never known from me. A life where I can again receive from life's flows of others and deposit in all who I meet, forming a network of ones who I love with no fear of rejection, with deep connections, knit relationships, and finally, outflows that change the world. And that's masks.
Hey, John.
Hey there.
Thanks so much. That was so powerful.
Thank you.
How have you been? Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you guys for waking up so early.
No problem.
How have you been doing?
Great. I'm in New York City right now, and it's just been a fantastic vacation for me. So I'm on vacation. Not too many people go to a pandemic for a vacation, but apparently I do. So,
How's that working out for you?
It's great. So I do a lot of street photography and Instagram, and so I just publish my work there. And I kind of, to me, street photography is kind of like a poetry. I'm looking, it's all about the love of people, and that's why I have such a passion for it. So I don't take that many photos of empty streets. It's the streets with people that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in, so people are just so beautiful. And then on the streets of New York City, especially, capturing just people and their moments and special moments and just cool moments. I just love to do that, and putting them in a positive light and a really interesting setting. And so that's what I try to do. And so I've been to New York City a few times during the pandemic just to take pictures, and some of it is almost like street journalism as well. But to me, if you have a passion for people and just capturing them in things like street photography, it's actually very fun.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm actually really, really fascinated because also, as you know, I follow you on Instagram, and you have such an eye for things in situations. You take
Thanks.
such you take such lovely photos. They're very sharp, and they all have a story to tell. Like even before I read any of the captions, they already allow me to imagine and to wonder and to figure out what's going on.
Thanks.
Yeah. So can you tell me more about, because you said that you're new to poetry, spoken word poetry, and you were moved by a sharing you attended in New York. Can you tell us more about that sharing, and what that was like for you? What made you decide that you would like to explore this avenue also?
So, so I felt like at first it was so. So at the poetry club, I started dating a girl from the poetry club, Rifki, and so I just really went to hear her read, but in that it's like not just having a relationship with Rifki, but it was really about what I saw on stage, the openness and the vulnerability, and I'd never seen anything like that, and I knew that was part of my journey. And so, at first it's like, okay, so what, in writing my first poems, they were really, just like an ode to Rifki and about, this newfound love that I had. And it was just a way to take what's deep in your heart and present and, okay, what does a poem look like? And it was really a great start. And, but then it was really the journey of openness that really opened my heart into poetry.
That's honestly the sweetest thing. That's adorable. But I actually, yeah, I'm actually so fascinated by how you just embrace the art form, and how for somebody that just started, you already have such deep things to share, from your heart, from your soul. You're a very spiritual person, and it really comes off that way.
No, thanks. Appreciate that.
It's a healing circle. It's like when we have Rivki. Is Rivki with you?
Yes, she is.
It's Shiva. Whenever that lady comes on, suddenly we're not in a poetry show, we're in a healing circle. Suddenly,
yes.
Miss Rivki, if you can hear me, if you're there.
He's right here.
Yep, I can hear you.
Hi.
Thank you.
You want to put her on camera.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Magic Woman. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank
I
you.
realized the contrast that I didn't realize that I'm not always shy on camera, because I see how shy I am right now, because I didn't expect to be on.
Aw. Oh, good morning, you guys. Thank you for getting up early. I know, it's early. I mean, by New York standards, apparently this is early.
What's that?
By New York standards, apparently this is early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But, so have you two written anything together yet, or?
That's a great idea. Thank you for the prompt.
That's it.
Yes, we've written anything together yet?
Yes.
We have written together?
No, but we're trying to form some stuff. So what we're doing right now is writing down different ideas that we have together for some co-writing, and a lot of it having to do with the soul. And it's called, so the working title is called Soul Intelligence.
100%.0. Soul Intelligence 100%. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. We must need both of us on camera if it's a shared collaboration. But But yeah, so why don't you talk about soul intelligence, Rifki?
Well, no. Well, I was just saying because you said it's soul intelligence, and I was like, I remember the joke is right now is because like when you said soul intelligence, I remember I added the 100%.0 went into the title then, and I'm still adding it now.
Yeah, so it's a working title, but really what it's about is, so when we look into the corporate world, the corporate world is they don't like to be vulnerable for sure, and there's such a lack of openness and transparency, especially from VP levels, I find. So, and I work in the corporate world as a consultant, so I go to many different companies, and pretty much I can always expect that it's going to be a struggle for them to be that transparent and open, and to really lead from a place like that. So, so these are just ideas that we're writing down and collaborating, and we want to intertwine poetry into it as well. And so it should be an exciting work.
I look forward. Honestly, if we could have Rivki on every week, that my life would be made. It's like Zen and yoga. It's like, I'm sorry, are you stressed? Are you tired? Look at Rivki. Magic. And I get the same vibe from you, John. So I understand how you two ended up exploring a life path together. I am so excited for this book. I'm so excited for more from you guys. We should definitely catch up, off air sometime, maybe in studios or something. Rivki, I'm gonna give you a call one of these days, just to like, hey. You guys have a great rest of your day. I love you both so much. Thank you for sharing your heart and your soul and your poetry.
Thank you.
Thank you for welcoming us to do that.
Always. Sending you love, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So from New York, those were our friends, Rivki Spivak and John Lucas. Actually, John is the one lined up today, but I realized Miss Rivki was with him and I could not take the opportunity. Always fun. Always love. I love the poets, these people. So from New York, we're gonna fly out a little bit on the other side. And this next performer actually is somebody I am super excited about. Like super. Because other than being a spoken word poet, he's a rad bookseller, he's a minister, he's an educator, and a consultant, and he's addicted to soccer. And he's a lover of justice. Okay, so he's a veteran of various forms of public speaking, and a lover of justice and human rights. And he hosts Red Emma's Mother Earth Poetry Vibe, a quarterly open mic and feature venue of the theme Peace, Justice, and Poetry that takes place at Red Emma's Bookstore Coffee House, a radical left worker collective in Baltimore. He's also a member of Simply Poetic Entertainment and Restoration Village Arts. His chapbook of poetry, Somewhere Through the Haze, is a short collection of pieces on a variety of justice and human rights topics. There is actually at least 10 million more things to say about this next person, but I'm just gonna bring him on already. Good morning from the USA, Mr. Analysis.
Well, good morning there.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. It is actually 10:43 in the evening for me.
Yep, we are 12 hours difference exactly.
Time zones,
and 12 zones, 12 hours, and that's good. That's it was good for me to be up in the house getting some things done in the morning while listening to awesome artists. So that's been a very, very fun thing indeed.
I would love to talk to you already, but I will let you share your art first, and then I will talk to you after.
Sounds good. Mike is all right. Mic check, video check,
Yes, sir.
everything coming through.
Yes, sir.
Well, fantastic. Well,
The
then let's
stage
do
is
this.
yours.
Good morning to everybody in the Philippines and around the world. It is a high honor to be joining you today. I very much enjoyed the fact that the global poetry community has really come together during this quarantine period in terms of getting together online, moving venues to an online platform, creating new spaces and new venues during this time. And the networking and the coming together as poets around the world has been absolutely phenomenal. So from a very horrific and terrible situation that the virus has caused, there certainly have been some responses to it that have been quite beautiful. And the coming together of the poetry community worldwide has been one of those things. So we are talking about Peter Pan today. I'm Peter Pan. That's a very interesting and fun topic. And it's interesting for me particularly because I'm most known for kind of my hardcore social justice, economic justice, racial justice, justice across the board related pieces. And so as I was thinking about this matter of Peter Pan, I was trying to go back into my catalog to think of what I already had written that would relate to that theme. And it occurs to me that much of what Peter was dealing with, and really all of the characters in that story, was trying to figure out who they were. It was a question of who am I? Peter trying to figure out who he was or wanted to be, the others trying to figure out who they were, what they wanted to be as they continued on in their lives. And so many of you who are poets know that we do that from our standpoint also, and we look at ourselves poetically and we write what we call ID poems, kind of an identification poem, that who are we, who am I type of piece. So I guess with all that having been said, perhaps introductions are in order. I am the genesis of an informative adventure of the highest order, leading you on an exodus across the border of your cognitive frontiers, but don't worry, I'm no coyote exploiter. I'm just not resigned to let you loiter in some arid state of mind. It seems that in these times there encroaches an increasing desertification of critical thought, a disturbing tendency. Thus, I'm empowering you to reconnoiter the traps of the enemy. This is no time to loaf on a mental sofa, withering away. It's time for Sankofa. Let's journey into the past to gain insight for the future as I drop knowledge that heals your wounds like sutures closing gashes, making you feel new. And if I challenge you a bit, well, that's okay too, because I'm K2, dangerous like the mountain. So don't step untrue and miss these hooks of wisdom provided for you like the Library of Alexandria or the schools of Timbuktu. For I am the African, brown like the rich earth our ancestors sowed, told. Okay, let's pause the poem for a second and translate that. Some of you may be familiar with a language called Sesotho, spoken in Southern Africa. It's spoken in Lesotho, South Africa, and other parts. It's a region I lived in some years ago during the anti-apartheid days. So what we said, that means, hey, don't forget the name of Brown, which is my actual surname. So whenever you hear this poem again, if you get the chance to hear it in the future, you'll have to replace Brown with whatever your name is. All right, we've gotten past that. So let's rewind for a second. Like a poetic Zorro, I slash my mark as my words cut deep into the senseless denseness of aristocrats' defenses that cower in tents and hide behind fences. Their offenses reeking with the stenches of greed that, as they grip the poor and clench like wrenches. And dare I mention that my declension suffered no declension as I free from detention the denotation of words and phrases that serve as detonation to false declarations denoted by a declination of diligent disquisition. For many, it is beyond their ken how I can weave such power like our literary kindred. Fools who step wrong to the words of Ken dread soon their miscalculation. I design communication for any situation. I'll lay it down smooth with a line you'll adore, or break it down plain and simple, almost hardcore. You see, with me, one way or another, your mind will discover the wonderful excitement of the awesome enlightenment I will help you experience, serving indictment to those who tell so trite meant to subject your spirit to conservative confinement. I'm fun and playful, like a kid Saturday morning. A little crazy, sometimes kind of weird, but never boring. Alluringly calm like those warm Russell sunsets on those Chesapeake eves, offering you solace and a safe space, alighting upon you like a cool breeze. I'll cause you to get a good book and read and snuggle, rekindling your interest in the struggle. Mystical and magical, I am the incarnation of the both and, refusing polarizations that would restrict what I am or am supposed to be. So come with me and be free. I'm a teacher, yet still junior to those who have taught, who have set the example for which I ought pull and sample. May I strive to earn the right to leave this plane, leaving it more just than when I came. Perfection not claimed, mind and soul mained by a racist, classist society that attempts to keep us tamed, still escaping mental subjugation, returning to what the self should be. 4 directions bringing healing winds to me, inviting all people of color to discard our complex of inferiority and follow the drinking gourd to that freedom-giving revelation that we are all a chosen nation, chosen to be who we are as God's creation. Likewise, inviting all those of the dominant group to recoup what you've lost through that superiority syndrome throwing you for a loop. Let's work together to build a new situation which balances the divine equation and allows us to live in unfettered elation. Yeah, I'm that athlete who defies the years, a friend with whom to cry your tears. High five you when you reach new tiers, expand your world into brand new spheres. Deter me, improbable. Vision, unstoppable. Might bend but won't topple. On the mission, can possible. So listen to each offering I proffer you as my midrashim illumine way in view. We'll commune in a way more true. Come now, for all things are ready for your soul to be renewed. Tell your friends about this and make sure you don't miss this chance to feel the bliss as I dismiss all mental paralysis and raise your level of critical analysis. So that is a little ID piece there. And the fun thing about that is that the impetus for it was from way back some years ago when I decided to actually take a writing name, take a mic name, performance name. And I had a bunch of things running through my head, probably a good 8, 10, 12 things as possible names. And of course I had to tell myself to narrow it down to one. And so I decided on analysis, but I said a fun way to keep all of those other names, at least in my head, in my heart, for the fun of it, would be to put them in a poem. And so that poem contains in various places all of the other possible names that I had in terms of choosing a mic name. And then I also went ahead and put other aspects of my life in it. So my actual name, Ken Brown, in fact, my whole name, all 3 names and the junior are in there, and various of my professions and other aspects about me are in that poem, kind of all woven into one. And so it's always an enjoyable piece to perform. And I would challenge you all listening there to write your own ID poem in some way if you have not already done so. Who are you? Express who you are poetically. It's a very interesting thing to do, and that can take all kinds of forms. The possibilities are myriad in terms of how you would approach an ID poem. So again, back to this matter of Peter Pan and tapping into the inner child in us and growing up, or what it takes to grow up or not grow up, or retain some of the childlike qualities in you, even as you go through adult years. As you can tell by all of the gray, and it's especially noticeable not having been to the barbershop in quite some time during the quarantine. So you can tell by the amount of gray that I've been around for quite a while. But fortunately, I'm able to tap into some of the joys and the inner strength gained from childhood just through family, through the continued support of family, and through the memory of those elders in my life who have gone on, who have crossed over. I speak to you at this very moment from what was my grandparents' house and my great-grandmother's house. And if I want to kind of gain some of that joy and strength that we're talking about in terms of childhood, it is no more difficult for me than to think about that beloved person and others in that family. Her name was Alice Louise Miller, Burnett, Rogers, Prince. But I just called her Nan. And it would be a long time before I'd understand how privileged I am to have grown into adult years with my great-grandmother at hand. And even through adult tears I shed at missing her, I know I stand better prepared to face adult fears by remembering how she held my hand. Long hair, beautifully black in its grayness, and features that testify to the mix of Arcabulon and Turtle Island that our heritage wove into her. This always resonated in me, always intrigued me, such that my alliance in later years with the indigenous fam came as naturally to me as the escape routes our people ran to native lands. Born in the last year of the 19th, not far removed from slavery's maze, I was amazed. I'd say, Nan, you were born in the olden days, and she'd just pat me on the arm and laugh at how tickled I got at things. Guess I'm not far removed from things myself. I found myself in loving awe at being in the presence of living history, feeling connected to the ancestors in ways I could not fully understand, and yet my spirit embraced this mystery. Moved from Brooklyn to Baltimore so her teen mother granddaughter could continue to be more and proceed with her higher learning while her daughter did the earning, and she helped take care of the child. All the while during these formative times, I was surrounded by 3 generations wrapping me like warm blankets, layering love and lessons on me I so lamentably find lacking often in little ones and youth today. I'd go down home with her to North Carolina or ride the train to Kentucky. Didn't know how lucky I was that my world was more than just the hood, and thus my worldview was more of what it should be, letting a young Black kid know that he indeed could be. Laying on her bed and playing with the toys as she rocked in her chair and watched the stories. The stories is what we used to call the soap operas over here. Every family would have their set of soap operas they would watch, and Nan would sit there and then look at them on TV. Laying on her bed and playing with toys as she rocked in her chair and watched the stories. Listening to her was to be lifted back in time to that little one-room schoolhouse where she taught reading, writing, and arithmetic, making sure something would stick in the heads of Black children as she helped raise the village around her, as well as make sure her own family would rise. My eyes would fill with wonder at stories of a farm horse named Dapper Dan. They filled with sorrow when she spoke of a son who drowned as a young man. I can remember the sadness in her voice when she said, "It's not right that a mother should outlive her child." I look at old photos which are new to me each time. I travel time and see her beauty, accompanied by a stern look that used to stir my curiosity. I'd say, how could this possibly be? How can this hardened one be the sweet Nan that helped raise me, that recited psalms, listened to me read gospel stories, let me draw, let me help cook, then took over as I looked, fascinated that the pop of the hot grease didn't bother her at all. Took me to the park, watched me dancing around the room acting crazy like the people on TV, made snow cones with me, fixed me tea, made sure I was safe as could be. And so I'd wonder what's wrong with this picture until I realized that nothing was wrong with this picture. Realized she had to be a strong fixture for her family while enduring the poisonous mixture of classism, racism, and sexism, all prevalent in society. That solemn strength was the sobriety needed to get her family through a world drunk with the lynching of Black bodies and souls. Her soul's devotion gave her kinfolk the substance of hope and fostered a faith that was evidenced in the love seen and felt by all who were around it. I'm actually astounded that a Black woman could survive nearly a century of this sick so-called civilization and still be as sane and kind and caring as she was, even while scrubbing too many white women's floors, walking through too many back doors, working so that doors would be open for her children. Precious progeny, brought forth with a man named John Henry Rogers, a man I am decades removed from ever having known, yet ever shall I intone his name with quiet reverence for the great and grandfather he must have been. My child's like mine would intertwine him and the folk legend by the similar name. Indeed, they will both hammer out a life for their family, because our John Henry also worked hard until his death of TB, a poor man's disease which robbed Alice of her beloved after too few seasons. Yet she continued to be strong for her family, and thus her family became strong. Their birthstones embedded in her ring, she cherished her children and kept them ever in her thoughts and prayers. She was the matriarch who guided the arc of her heirs, and throughout my years, I was surrounded by pillars of love. My soul stands tall as I call their names like the tribes of Israel. Always their story I'll tell, because they will always be my chosen generation. With pride I say them, summoning ancestral strength as I sound their names: John Henry Jr., Allison Ephraim, James Thaddeus, Lily and Lucy, Edna Louise, Lily and Lucy, Lucille, George Franklin. Together they forged a rank in which I always had elders to look up to. Funny how funny how I always said I would sit them down, write their bios. And it's funny how you wake up one day and they're gone. Your wholly historical task having been procrastinated on one lifetime too long. And that is something I shall always regret. Yet, let me not regress into stagnant self-pity. Let me and the others teach the young ones on how they're part of a lineage proud. Let's share stories and glories and remembrances aloud, as Nan would have us do. This legacy is my leverage to live, and so let me live out the lessons learned and use the wisdom earned to overcome the mind's and soul's illness. I can have no excuses because I have no lack of example from which to sample strength of spirit, inspirited by their encouragement and nurtured by one who exuded faith unwavering, kindness unfailing. When I feel myself ailing, I can hear her voice singing, and the verses of my years with her come back to me like a trusted hymn. She'll always be there, as she was in my grandmother's time, and in my mother's, and in mine, and will be in times to come. Like the African violets she so loved, she was royal grace and black beauty in the form of an ever-present peaceful presence, and she is present with me. Yea, I am convinced that nothing can separate me from the love of that God-sent soul who helped define my very life. So even in the midst of strife, I can still myself and still feel myself comforted by my great-grandmother's hand. Her name was Alice Louise Miller Burnett Rogers Prince, but I just called her Nan. We're just about on time, aren't we? I guess that'll do it.
We are. Wow, man. Wow. Especially with everything going on in the world right now and over there with, recent developments, ongoing developments. That was really powerful and really moving and really needed, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It is an extremely difficult time. It's a traumatic time.
That was
which,
astounding.
Yeah. There's no time in U.S. history for Africans in America that has not been traumatic. It is a state of constant trauma for us, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. And so what has happened in recent times, first of all, has always happened. It just gets more publicized now. Now there's the technology to film it, but it has always happened. It happens not only in the U.S., but it happens throughout the Black world, up and down this hemisphere. In the same recent weeks, there have been a number of murders of Brazilian Black youth at the hands of police. Brazil has as high a rate of police killing of Blacks as the United States, a little bit higher. And so it's something that the African diaspora lives with and is traumatized by. So it certainly does give me strength, and I think gives others strength to be able to draw from the family history and draw from the family memories and draw from the family strength and support to be able to do that. My own nephew, I should say, was killed by police in 2007. Wow. And so thank you. And so I have a poem about him that I've been performing a lot the past week, as you can imagine. But right. I think as poets, we can explore those matters both in terms of extremely tragic and painful incidents such as that, or the celebration of family in the poem you previously heard, which is called Nan. The first poem is called Analysis. It's self-entitled, but in both ways we can explore poetically what family means and look at both the tragedy and the joy.
Yeah, and that actually that answered what I was going to ask you first, which was why analysis. Well, we all know now. But yeah,
it was a sharp. I like the sound and the sharp power, the one word kind of power, and sharp edge of the word analysis. There were a bunch of things. Yeah, Yeah, and there are a bunch of things in my head that I think also reflected me. Like I
Yeah.
say, they're all in the
I mean,
poem, but I kind of narrowed down to that.
mononyms have proven themselves to be powerful. I mean, you have Beyonce, and then you have Obama, and then you know, so that one name thing really works out. I should try it. But aside from the heaviness of everything going on, have you been able to cope? Have you been able to write as a release? Or have
I'm
you
actually
been?
very behind on my writing. It's surprising how little writing I've done during this particular Corona time. I've been doing a lot of performing. I have been very much enjoying connecting, as I mentioned earlier, with poets worldwide. And so it has been my opportunity to electronically travel
Yeah.
around the time zones and perform in different venues and open mics and things around the world, and to be in. I've been interviewed a couple times from out of London, from out of Pretoria, and what have you. And, so that has been very enjoyable. So a lot of performing, precious little writing, and I need to get back onto the writing during this time.
It'll balance
But I'm
itself.
well. Yeah,
I'm glad
yeah,
you're good.
yeah.
Because I do poetry also, as I'm sure you follow me on Instagram. Thank you, by the way. I
Thank
I
you.
find sometimes that when I'm performing more than I'm writing, it just means that there's something I really need to get out there first. You know, it's there's just a nagging. I gotta get this out, even if it's the same poem over and over. You know, it's just my system is looking for something to unleash, and then there's room. Suddenly, there's room to write some more based on all of that.
Interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
hoping,
and the
right?
arts are a release. You know, the
Yes.
arts are a release, and I've long said that everybody needs some type of artistic release. It doesn't mean that everybody needs to be or is trying to be an actual professional artist or performing artist or touring artist or that type of thing. But everybody has to have something artistically to do. I don't care if it's doodling and drawing, singing in the car or the shower, dancing around the house, or you know, maybe things on a higher level. But there's just something about our human nature whereby the arts and the artistic release is a key part of us, you know. And so when you talk about you needed to get some things out, you know, we as human beings very often have to get some things out artistically, either through our own art or at the very least by being able to express vicariously through other people's art in some way, shape, or form. Even the poem about my great grandmother, not everybody had that positive family experience, to make an understatement. We know that many people come through much more traumatic family atmosphere and context. But even some of those folk have come to me after the performance of that poem, and they really thanked me for allowing them to be able to live vicariously through me and through my poetry. And so that means a lot to me. And again, it goes back to that matter of artistic expression.
Yeah. And I actually have a question about your shirt.
My shirt. Yes, it's inverted, so I'm not sure how people can see it. It might be inverted, but it says Howard, which is for Howard University, which is in Washington, D.C. Tony was on earlier in our broadcast and mentioned that she is an alumna of Howard, and I am an alumnus of Howard on a grad school level. I actually went to seminary there. I studied at Howard University School of Divinity. My undergrad was also in DC at the American University back in the 80s, and in the 90s I was at Howard to study divinity, i.e. ministry and theology, and of course that whole area and that whole profession is a part of my background, and something that feeds into my poetry also, without question. All of my previous experiences as an educator, as minister, as organizer, and so forth, I find that all of those pour into my poetry. International anti-racism stuff, all of those actually feed into my poetry, especially in terms of my justice-related poems. Whatever.
I was that's what I was going to ask. Because I have you remember Tony, and I love how rich the history is, even with education. And you, as an educator, you do a lot, good sir. Do you sleep?
Probably not enough. Probably
Right?
not enough. But that's
Every
I won't say that I'm always on the grind. Not at all. As a matter of fact, in some ways, I need to grind harder in terms
yeah,
of really taking the poetry to a
every
monetized level where I
writer
can
I've
actually
ever
eat
asked,
off of it.
every writer I've ever asked that question answers me after they start laughing. Because same.
Yeah,
Um, but
but there are releases. I do things just for enjoyment in terms of
yeah,
of, of athletics and still playing sports and
yeah,
training.
you're addicted to
In
soccer,
terms
you
of
said?
I still love it. Of course that's one of the things I miss, during the quarantine period. But there's that, and I have my shows that I catch up with, especially the superhero series and what have you. That's the nerd in me coming out,
Yeah.
in that respect. But and really just being able to stay in contact with people, to utilize the electronics that we have during this day and age, just to be able to stay in contact with folk and draw support from people.
I think I have taken up too much of your morning, so I'm gonna let you
That's all
go. But
right.
I will invite
Yes.
you back again sometime.
I look forward. I look forward to coming back. I really appreciate you bringing together artists from around the world. It's so crucially important. So continued blessings on that. I do need to get out of the way because soon my buddy Carolyn Fader will be on today, and
Oh,
everybody will want to hear her.
I love.
So
Yes, we've had Carolyn on before, and Kelly in there.
yes, and Kelly
Yeah,
too. Excellent. Well, you
yeah,
tapping into good people. So
yes.
thank you so
I love
much.
I love the arena is being built. I hope to see you again soon. I will send you a message later. Have a nice
All
day,
right.
analysis.
Appreciate it. You
Thank
too.
you so
Blessings
much.
to all. Bye now. Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Uh, um, well, that was analysis from Baltimore. Very, very exciting stuff. Um, uh, okay. So from Baltimore, we're gonna fly back to the Philippines. Yes, we are flying back to the Philippines. Um, our next artist, it's also his first time on the show, and very simply, he is a busker and a dreamer from the streets of Manila. So from the Philippines, Angelo Banzuelo.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
hi.
So thank you for inviting me here.
Thanks for accepting the
And
invite. The
yes.
stage is yours. I'll talk to you a little later. Bye.
Okay. So first off, I'll read one of the lyrics of my song because I was asked to do a jukebox poetry, and it's actually not singing the song; it's reading the lyrics out loud. Uh, this song is called "Without Me." Quick backstory about this song: it's actually a song I wrote 10 minutes after heartbreak that I had after receiving a text message that it's over. So here goes. Staring at my window tonight, thinking of what went wrong when all was right. What started off with friendship ended with a fight. But all I wish right now is to hold you tight. Fighting back the tears from my eyes and picking up what's left of us. Trying to forget the pain you left because, it's not easy. Because it's you who used to mean the world to me. But now I'm lost, not knowing what to do. And it's you, the one that I'll set free. Just for me to see that you're happy without me. So I wake up in the gloomy sunrise, hoping that you'd call me one last time. I'm sorry that I gave up this fight, but baby, I'll never be alright. because I never felt this pain in my life. Still regretting that it could have been us. Now looking at the things that you left, it will never be easy. Because it's you who used to mean the world to me. Now I'm lost not knowing what to do. And it's you, the one that I'll set free. Just for me to see that you're happy without me. So that's it. That's my first poem. And uh, the next thing that I'll do is I'm gonna be singing a song. This one is it's called Retrack. It's about trying to redo things though you can't overwrite it anymore. The past is over and you have no chance of redoing things the way that you wanted it to be. So it goes like this. Sitting on the edge of my bed, scrolling through my phone. So thinking about why things ended and why it left me alone. Does he love you the way that I did? Does he kiss you goodnight on your forehead? Does he keep you warm in your bed? Yes, baby, I'm sure I did. Yes, every time I close my eyes, I see you. And every time I lie on my bed, I dream of you. And every single night and day, I think of you. Even though I can't have you anymore. Drinking from a bottle of booze, 'cause I can't seem to face truth. So thinking that we're still together, and this is just the truth. And now he loves you the way that I did, and he kisses you goodnight on your forehead, and he keeps you warm in your bed. But baby, I'm sure I did, 'cause every time I close my eyes, I see you. And every time I lie on my bed, I dream of you. And every single night and day, I think of you. Even though I can't have you anymore. And now he loves you more than I did. And he kisses you goodnight on your forehead. And he keeps you warm in your bed. Baby, I'm sure I did. And for my last piece, I will be reciting another lyric. It's of one of my songs. It's called Saka na lang. This song is actually a poem first before I decided to give it a melody. because I was trying to go back to my roots of writing poetry, but then the music just came with it. So I decided to continue it into a song. Saka na lang is about someone who has been dating a lot but can't really find the right one because he or she still stuck with someone that he he or she could never forget or uh, take out of his or her life. It's inspired by uh, Ted Mosby from How I Met Your Mother and his love for Robin Scherbatsky. But this one is written in Tagalog. Isang gabing tayo ay humiling. Nakalimutan ang lahat at umibig lamang ng tapat. Isang gabing bigayan lamang ng lambing. Nakalimutan ang lamig sa init ng iyong halik. At nais ko sana, kahit hindi mo mapagbigyan, ay saglit na madama, isang yakap na makatotohanan. Hindi na lang kung hindi ikaw, ang aking katabi. Lumalim man itong gabi. Saka na lang kung sigurado na. Kung sa habang panahon, hindi na kailangan pang lumingon, saka na lang. Ngayong gabi, habang tayo'y magkatabi, hindi nahahayaan pang damdaming ito ay makubli. Ngayong gabi, wala nang mga baka sakali pa at hindi nahahayaan na sa tabi ko'y lumisan ka. At kung sakali na hindi mo ko mapagbigyan, ay damhin mo sana ang halik na makatotohanan. Hindi na lang kung hindi ikaw ang aking katabi. Lumalim man itong gabi. At saka na lang kung sigurado na. Kung panghabang panahon at hindi na kailangan pang lumingon, saka na lang. Pagkat hindi na babalik sa dati, saka na lang susugal kung ikaw na nga ulit. At sana ako na lang ulit. And that's my performance. Thank you so much for listening to my pieces.
Hi, Angelo.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
ang
you
galing,
too.
ang galing. Ang galing. Nakakatuwa.
By the way, I go by the artist name of Angel Banzuelo. It's there in my Zoom name.
Oh, what is it?
Angel Banzuelo. I removed
Oh,
it
I'm
just to.
sorry. All right,
It's fine.
Angel.
It's fine. It's fine.
Nice to meet you. Gosh, wait, is that last poem of yours, that last line,
Yes.
that gave me one more chance feelings. Sana ako na lang ulit. But it's interesting that you mentioned that, you have songs that started as poems. So you
Yes.
really started out with poetry. Sa panunula ka talaga nagsimula.
Doon talaga ako nagsimula even before music came into my life. Dati sintonado ako super. Pero bata pa lang ako when I was young. I started writing poems as early as elementary days.
Oh, wow.
Small poems. Yeah.
So how did music come into the picture?
Music came into the picture when I had the chance to fall in love once. Music is my love story. It's both my successful love story when it comes to music, but it's also a failed love story because of that someone who introduced me to music.
Well, I mean, there's more fuel for your art then.
Yes.
So that's how you ended up.
It's just music, and the words were my first love, and now I'm in love with music, and I'm in love with them both. So I continue writing songs and poems.
Now there's just a marriage, a union.
A union right there.
Yeah. But when did you write your first song that made you go, oh, okay, I'm not just a poet, I'm a songwriter now? Was there a specific song? Because we all have first drafts, second drafts, 20th drafts. But what was that song or that moment where you were like, songwriting?
It was 2014 when I actually told myself that this is music and I want to pursue it. I've been a saxophone player back then for a school orchestra, and then
Wow.
started learning how to play the guitar and the bass. And then one time I was just sitting down with my guitar and why not try to make my own music just to prove to myself that I'm already a musician. Then there it goes. First song was written. Still not finished up to this day, but yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but wait, so how many instruments do you play now?
Oh God. Well, I play the piano, I play the drums, I play the guitar, I play the uke, I play the bass. Did I say drums already?
Yes.
And I play saxophone, play the flute. I started with the clarinet, and I guess that's it.
That's so cool. I can play one chord on the guitar and chopsticks on the piano. But that's fascinating that and that's all self-taught.
No, I started with the clarinet. I had a teacher. Then I shifted to the saxophone. Then I had the flute for side projects because apparently it's basically when you start to play wind instruments, most of the finger positions are the same, so it's easy to adjust. And I just started trying to learn the flute as well. And then since then
So
I've been into strings.
So are you on a world mission to just collect all the instruments?
No. But right now I'm a music production student in
Oh, nice.
De La Salle College of St. Benilde.
Nice. Okay. Then I guess the question is, are you planning to incorporate that into your poetry also?
Yes. I'm trying to work on new materials, trying to incorporate the poet in me by trying to make something with trying to make a piece that's it has a song. It starts with the song, then there's poetry in the middle, and then ends throughout the song. Because I
Yes.
usually do that in open mics and some forums where in the middle of my song, instead of playing the instrumental, since I'm uh playing alone or without a band, I can't play the guitar solo or whatever instrument solo that I've put there. So instead, I actually just do an improvised poetry
Impromptu
about that
poetry
song. Yeah, impromptu
is my
poetry
favorite.
before
Yes.
ending the song. So it kind of makes one song performance different to any other because
Yeah.
everything is spontaneous. So
Yeah.
if I performed it on this date, if I try to perform it tomorrow, it's gonna be different already.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna keep your music late. Angel, thank you for your time. But
Yes,
before
thank
you
you.
go, would you like to promote anything? Any music
Uh,
you have out, social media? Please share with the audience.
Please follow me on my social media accounts. Twitter at Angel Banzuelo. At Angel Banzuelo _ same as Instagram. And I have a Facebook page called Angel Banzuelo as well. And my YouTube account is also Angel Banzuelo. And SoundCloud, it's all the same. It's Angel Banzuelo.
So, Angel, thank you for your poems and your music.
Yes, thank you too.
It is my great pleasure to have you on. And of course, you are always welcome back at New Poetry. We would love to have more of your art.
Thank you, thank you.
Stay safe during this quarantine. And I
Same to
hope
you.
also to watch you in person very soon.
See you soon.
All right. Take care, Manus. Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, that was Angel Banzuela from the Philippines. And now we are going to fly again to Washington, D.C. To another person that I'm very excited about. She also does an open mic on her Instagram, which I'm sure she will share with all of us later. She's a poet and a high school teacher. She was born in the United Kingdom and began her teaching career in Bulgaria with a Fulbright program. Back on my poetry, much to my personal delight and not others, is Carolyn Fado. Carolyn.
Hi, Indigo.
Hello. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back. It's
Thank
been
you for
lovely to see all the poets so far.
Yes. Well, same drill. The stage is yours. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks. So I was thinking about the theme of Peter Pan and looking through the poems that I have. And what stood out to me were poems about gender, because Peter Pan has been cast in the US usually as a woman. And another thing that also stood out to me is a theme of fantasy and also growing up. So I chose a collection of short poems about these themes. The first poem is called To Be a Good Girl. They told me acting as I should would make me good. How could they know? I don't know, but they showed such conviction as they spoke with perfect diction, telling me how to be. I mimicked willingly, afraid that I could one day see the villain inside. That's part of me. Who am I without my thoughts? Descartes wrote, I think, therefore I am. When I don't think, then who am I? Let's say I'm nobody. Who are you? When I don't think, then can I know you? You taught me the art of losing all my thoughts. Pretend I haven't got a lot. I forgot as I have sought. I hear that song, I sing along, even when I feel it's wrong. By sonnet, my love. For my love sonnet to be true to thee, 'twill need to be a play, a song, a dance, awakening the earth, the sky, the sea, and capturing the reader in a trance. As if my sonnet compares to thee, no, not to thy sweet complexity, thy face, thy power to change time both fast and slow, nor to the magic sparks of thine embrace. For thee, I copy the great bard, his style, as if my words could even that allow. I hope thou find'st my words to be worthwhile. Love, you need more, not this informal thou. You are the queen of my poor beating heart. Quite simply, my queen, my love, you are art. Humanity exists in me. Let me be somewhere that isn't female, he, man. Somewhere unique, somewhere my soul can freely speak. And this next poem that I'm going to read is called TikTok. And I chose this poem because I was thinking about the clock in Peter Pan with the crocodile. TikTok. Is the moment really mine in the ticking tock of time in a linear line? Every second, every tick, every second, every talk, fight on forward, this time is mine. Yes, this moment's really mine in the ticking tock of time in a linear line. Fumbling forward tick, tumbling toward talk. I will make this moment mine in the tumbling tick of time with my mind behind the talk. But oh, the present passed me by, the falling future fumbles forward, tick toward the past talk. Every second, every tick, every second, every talk. Which moments are the present? Is it just a simple second? More like a millisecond. Every tick, every talk. Make many, many moments mine in the tumbling tick of time. Tick, talk. Where's the limit to my life in the ticking talk of time in an asymptotic line, always approaching what my mind can't find? The limit of my time, my mind behind the limit, but my limit must exist, they tell me this. Make each moment, minute mine as I'm fading, feeling fine. I'm not really feeling fine. I'm not really. All the moments I can see fading into history, the mere moment I exist fading into the abyss. What if it's just this? Tick, tock, tick, tock, git, sock, clock, caught. Okay. That's actually a poem that was the spoken word version of the poem, and then I have another version of that poem that's actually a shape poem. If it's okay for me to share my screen for that, I can share that.
Yep, hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So, let me share my screen. Okay, so this is a version of the poem that's called Bioclock. And it's actually a poem that's talking about some of the feelings that I have as a woman in terms of feeling the limit of my own fertility. So I wrote this poem in the shape of a person. I'll read this one aloud too. Bioclock. Is the moment really mine in the ticking talk of time in a linear line? Every millisecond tick, every millisecond talk, fight on forward, this time is mine. Yes, this moment's really mine in the ticking talk of time in a linear line. Fumbling forward, tick, tumbling toward talk. I will make this moment mine in the ticking talk of time with my mind behind the talk. Fight on forward, this time is mine. This moment's really mine in the ticking talk of time in a linear line, every tick, every talk. Each each k, every tick, talk, kit, got, clock, caught. And I'll just finish with one last poem. This poem is called Shy Girl. I am not that shy girl anymore. I am not so quiet as before. My words can break, my words can make. My words will frustrate, my words will elate. My words will come out dry, but sometimes dewdrops sweet. They will wither, they will fly. I'll take wholehearted responsibility for my hostility for all the years I've held my soul hostage in my mind to be a pretty quiet girl confined. If you try to break me, I will only recreate myself into a stronger version of myself. From now on, I'll make the choice to use my voice. It's worth fighting for. Hear me, roar.
Roar. Carolyn.
Yes.
Hey, welcome back.
Hi.
Thank you for coming back.
Thank you so much for having me back.
How have you been?
I've been okay. Still, they're easing the lockdown a little bit here, but it seems like it might be too early in some ways.
Same here.
Yeah. How have you been?
Oh, I mean, judging from the poem I performed on your last live, you know how I've been. I'm hanging in there. We're much in the same situation at the moment where they're easing restrictions, but I worry, because well, it seems there's no vaccine and there's transportation and all of that. But that poem of yours, specifically by Bio Clock,
Hmm.
that's so powerful.
Thank you.
Um, because I also I relate to it in some ways,
Hmm.
and it's so and it's such a good what's the word, message, especially now, in this time where things are uncertain and we're not sure where the world is going, and to bring a child into the world now, to be a mother now seems lovely. The mothers are frontliners in their own way,
Hmm.
and like
Yeah.
being a child though. And I also like your first the first string of the series of poems. That was cute. Have you gotten much writing done lately?
I've done some journaling in response to the pandemic, but I don't think I have anything that's ready to share yet.
Yeah.
I've definitely done some kind of dark journaling about teaching during the pandemic, and I know Tony was on earlier talking about the news in the U.S.
Yep. I think that's on everyone's mind. I mean, wherever you are, that's a thing. It's a heavy, but I hope you've been able to, cope and
Yeah.
But yes, I've actually wanted also to talk to you about something else. Let's talk about your Instagram open mic. How did that start?
Yeah, it was kind of spur of the moment. So I guess I saw Busboys and Poets was on Instagram Live, and then I have a few thousand followers, so I decided to see what would happen if I started a live session. And when I started it, people asked for me to do it again. Rivki joined. It was great.
Yeah.
And so now it's every Sunday evening. That's in Washington, D.C. time, Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
It's at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
And at first it was just 30 minutes. Last week it went a little over an hour.
Yeah. I remember. I caught the.
My friend
I
Kelly
woke
has
up just
asked me to host it as well.
Yeah, I woke up just in time for that last stretch, that last hour.
It's very early your time.
Yep. I mean, you guys saw me without coffee, which is rare. Indigo before coffee is not indigo yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm really glad you came back on, and I'm glad that you had that insight about the theme, like when you were talking about before you started performing. Because yeah, and I don't think a lot of people know that in the US usually Peter is cast as a woman, so that's really something to consider also in this whole when thinking about Peter Pan. And I mean, the other reason I'm glad you're here is you're a teacher. And we're talking about the kid inside all of us, and how does being a teacher, I guess, nurture the kid in you? Has that helped and all this? I'm sure you have your kids.
Yeah, so actually Friday was the last day of school for the students, which that's difficult because we're ending a bit early and just making sure they'll be okay during the summer.
Yeah. Friday, what day? Oh.
So yesterday, that was yesterday. Yeah.
Wow. But how have you been doing?
I've been trying to write poetry to process my feelings.
Yeah. Aren't we all?
Yeah.
It's the best we can do. And I know you mentioned journaling earlier, which is yes, absolutely. But thank you so much for coming on again. I love having you. We love having you. And we will always love having you back. The both of you and Miss Kelly. Is there anything else you want to promote or share? I know you're working on a book, right, with Kelly?
Yeah, that book's called Feeling Out. And actually, several of the poems that I read are in that book.
Yay.
And we don't have a release date for that yet, but we do have the proof copy of it. So with the whole like coronavirus, everything's just slowed down a bit.
Yeah. Oh, that's so exciting.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, let me know. So we can share with other people to let us know, you know, when it's out and where it can be bought, so we can grab a copy and all of that. But yeah, so you want to share with the audience your Instagram, your anything else you want to promote before I let you go?
So my Instagram is, well, first of all, thank you so much for having this. It's been a part of the healing process to come together with poets, and it's great to hear everyone's poetry from all over the world.
Thank you.
So my open mic, which is also for everyone, it's at CM Love Poets. That's CMLOVEPOET, and it's on Instagram. So I start going live. It would be 7 a.m. Filipino time, so that's quite early.
Worth it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so it's pretty informal. So if anyone feels called to share, they can just put in the comments in the Instagram feed, and then Kelly will bring them up.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. I know that it's morning for you at the moment. Just about lunch, right?
Yeah, just about lunch. Yeah.
Well, have a great lunch. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Yes, and I will see you probably on your live on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Have a safe day. Sending you love. Bye.
Bye.
That was Carolyn Fado from Washington. Again, if you're on Instagram tomorrow, actually about 12 hours, CM Love Poet. She shares her poems on her page, and she also has an informal sharing open mic that is open to everybody. Because really, especially now in this time of corona, social distancing, quarantine, like connecting with others is really, I'd like to say that it's vital almost, you know, to be able to still have a community around you. Which if you have been watching the show since the start on our YouTube channel, hello, thank you for still being here. This week Voices Global, and we are talking about I'm Peter Pan, celebrating the inner child in all of us. We have a Facebook group called the Collective Community of Free Poetry, where we share artists share poems, and they're also from all over the world. So it's sharing art, exchanging energies, and of course the community. We have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's Free Poetry Global for all of it. And if you are watching this and you want to come on the show and share your art, please reach out to us via any of those platforms or repoetryglobal@gmail.com. And again, I want to thank our poetry partners, Expat Choice Asia, for wonderfully created suggestions on the best food places to eat and restaurants to go. It's wonderfully vast array of choices on there. Dream Wide Awake Coffee. They make incredible coffee drinks in sustainable glass bottles and other things. We also have what's it called? Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate. They have like every night. Well, not now because we're locked down, but as soon as it's safe, I'm sure they'll resume their nightly fun parties. And speaking of parties, there's also Z Hostel in Makati. Um, Gorgeous rooftop bar, incredible food. There's a poblacion, and right now because of the quarantine, if you go on their Facebook page, every so often, they have what is called quarantine lives, if I'm not mistaken. So they have musicians from everywhere do a live set on their page, um, which is again the Z Hostel standard of really great parties. And right now they're just bringing the party vibe to our home since we can't really go there yet. But that's definitely one of my first stops after this whole thing. The night's been lovely, but we're not done yet. Our next artist is from, we're still going to stay in the States, although this artist has roots in El Salvador. He goes by the moniker Poet, and he lives in Maryland, USA. Though his roots are in El Salvador. He has been writing poetry his whole life, but only started performing recently. Rap is also something he's currently into. I will definitely be asking him about that a little bit later. Even if there was nobody around to listen, he would continue writing. It's lovely. So from Maryland, we have Poet, Roberto Guaranaro. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? I don't have a web camera, so
Yeah,
you guys
cool.
have to do with my voice. But that's okay, right?
Yep.
We're all about the words here.
Absolutely. All right. I'm gonna let you perform, and then I'm gonna talk to you after. The stage is yours.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. Just a moment. Okay. What's up, guys? So, my name is Roberto Guardado. I'll be performing 2 poems for you guys. One of them is in Spanish, and the other is in English. And then if it's okay, I'm gonna perform one of my raps. And I hope y'all enjoy it overall. It's a mixed bag here. So, my first poem is it's called Mis Manos. A mis manos les encantan tus brazos juntos. Cuando tienes miedo, atrás de tu espalda, debajo de tu pelo. Cuando tú estás muy feliz y no puedes controlar tu fuerza, cuando estás abrazándome. A mis manos les encantan tus brazos juntos. Yo no puedo vivir solo con uno, porque los dos hablan, sin palabras, el amor escondido en tu alma. All right, thank you very much. That's that one right there. Just a moment. Okay. And then I'll be doing this one. It has to do with the current situation happening in America, with the killing of George Floyd. I wrote it on the day of, and it really struck a chord with me, especially since I started performing live. I've noticed that, especially around the parts where I live in DC, activism in the poetry scene is very prevalent, and it's taught me a lot in terms of the way I see things. And so when this happened, I could understand the frustrations going on, and I could tell that what was going to follow wasn't going to be pretty. So here's this poem. It's called George Floyd. A player kneels for his people. A cop kneels on their necks. One practices their freedom, and the other crushes what is left. Kaepernick was not a hero, just a symbol of the mess between a man who's treated like dirt and a man who's hinged at the hip. For a country, but not for its men, who he believes are beneath him. I wonder where Floyd will be if his last name was not forgery. It's damn clear he wasn't supposed to be the land an owner chose to knee. But the color makes it clear to read when chalk outlines gerrymandering. We'll talk about change, police pandering, but if we vote the same, nothing's happening. They say time heals all, but time builds cracks. And when enough die on asphalt, The buzz of rebellion come back. There's that one. Rest in peace, George Floyd. Okay. Anyways, so now I'll be performing a rap that I wrote sometime this year. I forgot when. And it's to a beat. So hopefully the beat is not too loud. But I'm gonna lower the gain just a tiny bit. A second. Okay. And the title of this track is Dream. It's called Dream. And the producer is Apollo Young on YouTube. So check him out. He has good beats. Tragedy masked by actors and actresses, bastards of Zeus and the goddesses, cracking their chains like on Spartacus. Arming the guards of the opposite, bring back the knowledge of all of them. Spies of the strongest in armament, treat them with kindness, reward their accomplishments. Snakes of the flesh that is heaven sent. Half of the reason we suffer then. Blood is the flow of the venomous, slow down the beat when I pressure the vein with my fingers. A vein in the winter, free in the wind, so I splinter. For those who oppose but squint in my prose, wrote what I know while under your nose. My style is counter to your taekwondo. Your chin is not built to take all of my throws. Rhymes origami, fold in the forge, under tsunamis. Unwrap the lotus, control us, the mark of the shogun. Signature flows of the soul when I wrote them. Travel the globe to my shows and escort them. The dragon I've got in my magnum. Opus the dragon that floats in Nevada. Fathom the damage that rose to the canyon. Team on my back as I call out the stratum. Open the fan in my soul when I scatter. Rehearsing the anthem, my verse is not one when I chant. I must random, just knows that a planet appears to be magic. The source of the champion is calling to God for tangible chances to have it is fleeting. The breathing is easy, obtaining the meanings forever revealing like petals and guineas. A stomp and a frolic on penis beneath me to list from melodic and talking. I'll stop into conscious. Rose from the rock, went west into Glock. Best in the field, pulling roots when I spill. Paul in the booth when I bloom with the truth, superseding their youth who were all in the coop. They flew overhead from the east to the west. I'm out of the nest, ain't lobotomized yet. Save me the rest, so my dream goes to bed. Got a second verse. Sleep on a bed of lights, a penalized sonic for genocide, a penalized pigs and suicides, pushing the farmer to suicide, garner the public to swim the swine, harbor the hatred. Baltimore Ravens flock to the station to protest the placement of heads, better off singer spokes, stuffy throats explaining the joke. The boys with the pace skin, thinking as they sink in the pigments to pick him, stop and frisk him, trigger figure itching between a robber and a henchman, serve the head man for his own interest. Too bad both the dying in the trenches are living in the prisons. Seeking the redemption, rehabilitation, escaping is a form of disobedience, saving of one soul for doing time in the whole body or the mind. They could risk when I climb class, picturesque when I write down the right now, fall from the heavens when I bite down, resurrect child town with my seed sound, peace skies where I breathe now, turn my dream into lyrics, wing it or wake it, an angel that mimics the highest position, burns in its image, and testing my vision, just like I witness a menace, indifferent apprentice who listens, apprehending the vicious and illest, they list of illiterate, transforming children conforming to burden the richest in spirit for riches and spirits, that's for disparage a marriage between community and the parents, a sever of a pair where I'm meant to be embarrassed, how to split the carriage, useless to share where the prince can inherit the hand of the daughter whose hands grip the altar, son is the martyr, failed by the father, alternate models that brand on the covers, soften the bottle, my hands to the covers, dreams so fleeting but real as reality, wishing this nightmare is just a means to be free as my mind is asleep on my sins, no wonder the demons can't find their way in. There y'all go. So I hope y'all enjoyed my 3 pieces. You know, I like to keep it short and sweet for a lot of my poems. And yeah, that was it. I'm glad you guys were here to listen, and whoever's watching the YouTube. I know my girlfriend's actually watching the YouTube, so shout out to her. She's always here to support. Yeah, thank you.
Roberto. That was so cool, man.
Thank you.
I will admit that I am going to have to consult my boyfriend about most of that Spanish, but it sounded cool.
Not bad.
Yeah, and I really like the piece you wrote about everything that's going on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How and also because you said even if nobody's listening, you would still be writing.
Yes.
How how did you fall that deeply in love with writing? Where does your love and passion for writing come from?
Um, it comes from way back in elementary school. My idols and my first ever idol was Langston Hughes. I used to read
Ah,
everything about him. I used to read all his poetry, but also he was definitely somebody I went to get away from the things that were happening to me as a child. Um, and writing it at first it was a coping mechanism. Just telling stories and writing poetry was a way for me to get something off my chest because when I was younger I used to deal with personality traits like that wouldn't that wouldn't be so nice to handle bluntly. So basically kind of like a way to calm down in a way. So writing was that at first, but then I stopped writing around middle school because when you get to middle school, you get worried about like what other people think about you, and you want to make new friends. So you kind of think that you have to put away your hobbies or things that you love doing, your passions, so that people will accept you. But then sometime around high school, something just came over me that I needed to write again, at least something, right? Just and ever since, and then on that day that I started writing again, I promised myself that it was just for a while that I'd write at least one sentence a day, right? And just to get something out there, because and so like every single day, even if I didn't finish a poem, I would write something for it, and it helped me accrue like a pretty substantial amount of poetry for about 3 or 4 years. And then just recently this year or last year, 2019, I started writing longer and longer, more intricate um, poems, and then we got fascinated with rap. I mean, I've always been a fan of rap, but like I started getting fascinated in writing my own, and then it became a fact that like I love like turning off my brain and just rapping about what I wrote. And that's where kind of the whole idea of not caring who's listening came from, which is just that as long as I'm enjoying what I'm doing in the moment, I could be in my room for like hours at a time, rapping the same lines over and over again, but like maybe picking a different beat, writing over and over again, writing, scrapping, rereading, re-reciting. Even if it sounds bad at the time, if I keep working at it, I'll keep working at it until I think it's good. As long as I think it's good, then I hope others think it's good too. And so when I go perform, um, I have that. I feel like I have some sort of a level of confidence that I don't care if maybe I screw up a couple times, maybe I choke, maybe I'm too nervous, maybe I'm too shaky, maybe I don't have the good voice control, but maybe the lyrics aren't that strong, but it doesn't matter because I know how much time I put into it. And I know that this isn't how good I'll always be. It just means that every time I do it, I get better. And I feel like I've improved greatly since the first time I performed. The first time I performed, I didn't perform rap, but I remember I went over the time limit because I didn't realize there was a time limit. And I was so nervous that I didn't adjust the microphone to my height. So I was leaning towards the mic, and the host made fun of me after. He was like, "Man, you were about to fall off the stage while you're performing," because I was leaning on my toes to reach the mic. But yeah, so that's kind of how my journey's been so far. It's just been, something that I enjoy doing, and if I could give up everything else if it meant I could keep on writing.
yeah. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that runs me. Thank you so much for coming on, for accepting my invitation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I wouldn't have known about this if you didn't reach out.
Yeah, definitely gonna invite you back again. Hopefully by then my Spanish would have improved,
Yeah.
so I
Well,
can
thank you.
fully grasp the poetry. Do you have anything you want to promote or share?
Um, the only place you can find me right now is on my Instagram at Poets Poet.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, everybody else in the Zoom chat, just keep on writing and keep on working on your craft. And yeah, you guys are all great at what you do. But thank you.
Thanks, Roberto. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. And you have a good night over there in the
Bye.
Philippines.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that was our final artist from the night, from El Salvador and the USA, Poet or Rebecca Guarano. I love that tonight we had Tagalog, we had Spanish, we had, I love whenever there's a whole mix of things on my poetry. And again, that's why we're here, you know, to create a safe haven for people to be able to express themselves freely and share their art. Um, so again, I wanted to thank all of our poetry partners that I mentioned earlier, and American Cafe, because as you know, as I've been mentioning, if you support them, 30% from the purchases goes to supporting frontliners. And again, if you were inspired at all and you want to be on the show to share your own poetry, you can reach out to us on any of our social media pages. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that's me Poetry Global, and of course, reportingglobal@gmail.com and the Facebook group. Thank you to everybody that's watched tonight. Hi Peter Pan was about celebrating the inner child, and we had several viewpoints on that. And I really hope everybody enjoyed themselves. Same time, same place next week. Watch out on our social media for more information about what next week's show will be about. Sorry. Yeah, so until then, stay safe, be brave, good night. Bye.
Bye-bye.